can't get out of it already, Yvette.
You're on mute, Yvette. Now we have a discussion on UK spaceports with our amazing chair, Yvette Hopkins from Shetland Space Centre. This panel brings together the industry experts to discuss the construction of UK spaceports and the future of the space sector within the UK, as well as the challenges, opportunities and environmental impacts that come with them, along with some key tips about how you can get involved. Over to you, Yvette.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first panel discussion of the National Student Space Conference 2021. My name is Yvette Hopkins, and I'm the chair for today. It is a great pleasure both to participate in the panel with our guests and to welcome you to this event. So allow me first to introduce myself. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Shetland Space Centre, located in the United Kingdom's most northerly location on a small island called Unst. I come to the space industry after a career in the U.S. Army as a career intelligence officer responsible for building intelligence ecosystems and utilization of downstream space applications. I am delighted to be a part of the UK's first Pathfinder vertical launch in 2022, and I hope to see you all in Shetland in 2022, COVID permitting, of course. Joining me on the panel today, we have Victoria Montag from UK Launch Services, Matt Archer from the UK Space Agency, Ross Hilbert from Cornwall, and Nick Smith from Lockheed Martin. So I'm going to ask you all to tell me a little bit about yourselves, and please include a fun fact. I know that'll be difficult for some of our panelists, but I know you can do it. So let's start with Matt Archer. If you can unmute yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Morning, Yvette, and morning, everyone. So my name is Matt Archer. I work at the UK Space Agency as their Commercial Spaceflight Programme Director, and my role is to work with Yvette and others around the UK to enable both horizontal and vertical launch from a number of spaceports in the UK starting in 2022. I picked two fun facts, so one space related and one not. So I once kind of got the opportunity to interview Tim Peake as part of a practice run for some of the webinars that he did last year. And then my non-space related one was having the opportunity previously to play football on the Wembley pitch before it was renovated. There you go. Hopefully that's
very nice. Very impressed. All right, Victoria, over to you, and see if you can top that fun fact.
Oh, I definitely can't top that. Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria Montag. I am the General Manager and also Senior Project Engineer at UK Launch Services. We are a small company that basically help countries or companies who want to launch rockets. We design and develop spaceports and spaceport operations. And at the moment, we're working with 3 of the UK's potential spaceports. Oh, and one fun fact, not so fun, but in lockdown craziness, I've taken to cold water swimming in the Thames, in a very clean part of the Thames. And I, in fact, have some Thames water still stuck in my ear from this morning's dip.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to hear everything that's being asked.
Yeah. I'm also shivering a little bit, so if that's not nerves, that's just the cold.
Well, I'll wait for you to come up to Shetland and do the wild swimming up here. Good luck.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, Ross, over to you.
Thanks, Matt. So my name is Ross Hulbert. I'm the Business Development Manager for Spaceport Cornwall. So we are the UK's horizontal satellite launch site, launching with our launch partner Virgin Orbit in 2022. And we're a project co-funded by Cornwall Council, the Cornwall and Isles City Local Enterprise Partnership, Goonhilly Earth Station, and of course UK Space Agency as well. My fun fact, or my sort of one of my colleagues like to tease me about, was so Richard Branson, obviously, Virgin Orbit's his company. He has a famous saying, which is, if someone offers you an opportunity, say yes, and then find out how to do it later. And after my second year of university, I managed to get myself into a situation where I was on a telephone interview with a water sports centre in New York, who seemed to think I was a water ski expert, and then subsequently employed me as a water ski instructor for the whole summer when I had never water skied in my life before, ever.
That's an excellent fun fact. Appreciate that. And would love to hear how that story ended up later. Okay, Nick, over to you.
Thanks, Yvette, and good morning, everyone. Nick Smith. So I am the Regional Director for UK and Europe for Lockheed Martin Space. So my job really is to find out how we can grow our business internationally in those regions specifically. But for the purpose of this, of course, we are involved in the UK launch program as well as Lockheed Martin, partnered with the Shetland Space Centre, which is really exciting. So yeah, a bit of an anticlimax, some fun facts, I'm afraid, when it comes to me. Just a quick anecdote of how I made it into the space industry, because I thought that might be relevant. Which is on my basic training in the Air Force. We visited a number of sites. One of them was Oak Hangar, where we were operating the military satellites from. And the presenter, talking about all the technical stuff going on and how it was really good for engineering, made the comment that they do 4 days on, 4 days off. And I quite loudly, glibly stated, "Ooh, 4 days off, that sounds all right." So when it came to allocating future positions after the course, my instructor sent me to that place saying how positive I sounded during the briefing. That's how I ended up in the space industry.
Yeah, and so I just have to say, I'm pretty sure you are not getting 4 days off these days.
No, it was a long time ago. And of course, it was 2 days, 2 nights, and then 4 off. And actually, it wasn't as good as it sounded. But that's how things happen.
It always briefs well. I understand that. So listen. This is a virtual event. Unfortunately, we all can't meet face to face like we would like to. But listen, we've tried to make this a fun, interactive panel, and I encourage you all to engage with us by submitting your questions using the question box on the screen. And when you do, if you could just tell us your name and where you're from, that'll be really fun to hear where folks are asking their questions from. And Hannah will do her very best to sort through all of your questions, and so we're expecting all of you guys to be very interactive with us. Well, let's just kick it off with a question, our first question for today. And I'm going to pick on Victoria first, and that's, okay, so listen, launch. Why the UK? Why here? And why now?
Oh, that's 3 questions, I think, technically. So the UK, it has its, as a country, in terms of geography, in terms of accessibility, it has a lot of, pros there. Also that we speak English, which is kind of helpful for an international market. And we have some nice open spaces where we can launch rockets from. But I think why now, why here is, for a long time we've been building up this amazing satellite industry. We are genuinely, I know that the phrase is used a lot, but we are genuinely world leaders in our satellite industry. We're also really, really, really good with our satellite data analysis industry as well. So we've got one end of the value chain where we're badass. We've got another end of the value chain where we're badass. But for years, every time we've built a satellite, we've had to put it in a crate, stick it on a ship or a plane or somewhere and take it to Kourou or Baikonur. We're basically having to take it halfway across the world to be able to launch these things, which makes absolutely no sense. So, a few years ago, this was kind of pointed out that we're losing this massive opportunity. And as I said, as a country where we are geographically, absolutely makes sense for us to be launching our own rockets. So yeah, that's how UK launch happened, really.
So Victoria, I first want to thank you for breaking the curse word barrier and just saying the word badass up front. But no, I think that word just sort of encapsulates kind of where we're all thinking, not only where we're at now, but where we're going to go in the future. And this is, a case of badassery. It's just fun for space. But I would just ask, are there any other panelists that have anything to add to why here, why now, why the United Kingdom?
Yeah, I was going to jump in a bit and just sort of add a couple of things to what Victoria mentioned. So I suppose two great facts is kind of the small satellite market is growing rapidly and has done over the last decade. So as been pointed out, it's very much capturing that demand and offering, if you like, a new part of the sector and growing kind of new services and demand. But also, the UK is a great place to do business. It's something the government has been pursuing in its agenda for years. And I know that we've been in the top 5 or 6 globally for a number of years in terms of our competitiveness, access to services, finance. It's just a great kind of ecosystem to help new businesses start up. So again, a real valuable kind of tool that we can use on an international stage to say, look, here are some great things that you can access in the UK and how it can support your business.
No, that's great. Nick, please add.
Yeah, just to keep on this positive theme. I mean, I was asked this question. I did a Sky at Night thing a couple of years back, and I was asked this very question. You know, why the UK? Why now? And my answer was, well, why not? I mean, the other thing we forget sometimes is the heritage we have in space. The UK was the third nation to build and launch its own satellite, and we've forgotten that. Somewhere in the last few decades, we've forgotten this amazing heritage we've got. The question shouldn't be, why are we doing this now? The question is, why haven't we been doing this for decades? And I think that's the real point we need to be getting across the general public. We are a spacefaring nation. We were leading this industry. We're right ahead of it. I think you could say we've stumbled a little bit, but we're just getting back on it now. And I think we just need to push ahead with this. You know, it's all positive.
I think you're absolutely right on target. Ross?
Yeah, I just want to sort of echo what Nick said as far as the UK getting its mojo back a little bit, especially here down in Cornwall, where the Industrial Revolution, we were the centre of the universe, the Industrial Revolution, and they say that you look down any hole anywhere in the world, you'll find a Cornishman at the bottom, and we've exported that innovation all across the world. And now, thanks to the UK government and the UK Space Agency, we really get our act together now to lead on this new exciting new industrial revolution. And I'm sure Matt will talk about it in a bit, but obviously the response to the consultation for the regulations and everything that came out yesterday, and I think that's a real USP for the UK for ease of operations, to offer it's easy to do business here, it's easy to collaborate. You just look at Shetland to Cornwall, we're all talking to one another. So it does feel like it's a real important time right at the moment.
Yeah, so let me just riff on that a little bit, Ross. And that's, are there other commercial benefits of UK spaceports that you see right now?
Yeah, I think as far as the commercial benefits, the really great thing is it really is across the whole of the UK. Literally from Cornwall to Shetland and everywhere in between. Increasingly when these studies are coming out about our significant space clusters, of course there's Glasgow and Harwell, but there are now clusters in Cornwall and Leicester and and in Wales and everywhere, and to a large extent not necessarily duplicating what's around. So you've got satellite manufacturing in place, you've got data processing, and it's all complementary. And I think when we add launch to that ecosystem, that's really going to be the real enabler. And launch is also just the tip of the iceberg. It's like, yes, people are going to use our spaceports to put satellites into orbit, but then it's what happens after that where the real commercial opportunity is, whether that's whether that's R&D or whether it's our supply chains or it's applications. This figure which we're constantly aspiring to, the UK government has set out, we want 10% of the global space market by 2030. That's not just the upstream space sector, right? That's all about downstream applications and software and tech, and a lot of the universities spitting out amazing companies using space technology. I think that's equally where the big opportunity is, and can be done from all over the world. Like we're right here now on Zoom, and we're all embracing technology. Even Luddites like me embracing technology like never before, and it's all enabled by space technology.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a song written about this. It's like, what goes up must come down, right? So the downstream application is absolutely right. And Victoria, I'm going to pick on you a little bit here. I don't know if you have a little bit more to add about commercial benefits or opportunities for UK spaceports. Your thoughts?
So something that occurs to me is, we really have an amazing opportunity here because this is virgin ground. We're not relying on legacy equipment, so we have in our gifts the ability to develop really, really pioneering space launch services in the UK. And I'm not saying other countries can't do that, but but because nothing's built yet. It's sort of we can really, really look about how we can leverage new technologies, digital technologies, AI, and implement them in our launch services. And the great thing about that is obviously you make fantastic space launch services, fantastic spaceports, launch vehicles and so on. But also in doing that, in actually looking at the development of these things, then you actually you discover new things, that are commercially viable. So I think we have, it's just the opportunities we don't even understand how much opportunity we have at the moment because we're only just starting.
Yeah, Matt, what do you
Yeah,
think?
I was just going to add to that. I think it's a great thing to kind of add the spin-offs that come from the space sector. Like, it is leading research and development, and it's one of the reasons why government invests in it so heavily. Is the reality that jobs in the space sector are highly productive, tend to have incomes over twice that of the national average. Again, there are lots of good benefits that come to communities up and down the UK from having these kind of opportunities. I think one that's not a non-commercial one, but one that's often overlooked is the inspiration factor and how exciting space is. And actually being able to speak to all of you today, and in particular trying to inspire kind of the next generation of engineers, scientists, and kind of other professions in STEM is really important. And it's one of the things that really hit home. I did a presentation to a bunch of school kids last week, and just to see their faces in terms of how they can appreciate what is going on in space and how interesting kind of careers can be. So again, a real kind of added value and kind of inspiration source as we go into the coming years.
So, Matt, I just got to say one thing, though, for all you to sort of riff on something, and that is, while there is great income at the end, as you go into this industry, for all of you lovely students out there, please know, though, that you've got to have it's one of the highest in terms of education, the types of education that you need to get into this particular industry. So study hard, everybody. All right, Nick, over to you, my friend.
Thanks. That's a tough message on a Saturday morning for people, isn't it? Straight in there. Just to build on this commercial element of, as we sort of go, and from what Matt said, what we're talking about here, the spaceports and the satellites, that really is the exciting part of the space industry. But just building on some of the points that Victoria made as well, the real revenue, the commercial benefit comes from the application of space, right? That's where, well, quite frankly, that's where the money is. It's in the applications and the data you get from it. It's in your use of that data. That's where the real commercial stuff comes. And when you look at the breakdown of the sector, the upstream is sort of 20% kind of thing. The downstream element, the application of that is the 80% of the revenues in it. So from a country and a prosperity perspective, that's where we're going to focus on, is the application of it. But that's kind of the exciting part as well, is because again, just building on some of Victoria's points, we know about some of it. We know about Earth observation data, and we know about how we can do some really good things with it for agriculture, and we can support different industries with it. But it's the new adjacencies that are appearing as the business cases for space, change, because this is becoming more affordable. So different industries can now look at exploiting space capability to do things they hadn't thought about. And that's where it's getting really exciting. One of the things that I think is really quite fascinating is things like how you can start using low Earth orbit for microgravity experimentation, or for building and manufacturing of certain aspects. That I think is going to be amazing, just to see how that can change industries completely. And I think that's the stuff that's really exciting. That's the stuff we're going to be looking to the next generation to really help with, because I'm gonna steal a bit here from Bezos, who's been all right in the space industry. He's done some interesting things. He talked about, with Amazon, what he was able to do was build on infrastructure that existed. So he could build on the mail system, he could build on the credit card system and the internet, which had all been invested in, which had all been delivered. And what he did was he built on that, and he built Amazon, which then became Amazon. What he said he's trying to do is put in place those bits of infrastructure that are needed for the future entrepreneurs to really exploit those things that are going to happen in space. And and this is what Spaceports is. Spaceports is part of that infrastructure. It's the building blocks we need to really enable this growth and the inspiration that's come from it. So that's kind of where the commercial benefit and the really exciting stuff comes from.
So I'm going to pull on a thread here in terms of downstream services and about entrepreneurship and all sorts of things that we've been discussing, and talk about the environment, because I know that's very near and dear to many people's hearts, particularly I think this younger generation. And that's what are some of the key environmental factors that we've all got to take into account as we think about these spaceports and launching from the United Kingdom. And Matt, I'll start with you if you don't mind, and then move on to Ross.
No, I think that's going to be a good combo. So from my perspective, absolutely, the government has rightly targeted to reach kind of net zero for the UK by 2050. And it completely recognises that launch will have an impact on kind of the environment over that course. What it has done, though, is set out a number of objectives in a recent consultation for environmental objectives. So again, it sets out kind of how we intend to minimise the impact from launches in the UK. And I know that spaceports up and down the UK, and including their supply chains, are working hard to reduce the impact in terms of fuel efficiency and using biofuels. So again, a lot of activities to reduce kind of environmental impact. And I wonder if Ross wants to come in there as to how Cornwall are tackling that challenge.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so from our point of view, now, so we're fully funded and approved as the UK's horizontal launch spaceport, and we went through a democratic Cornwall Council cabinet process after Cornwall had declared a climate emergency. So we were the first infrastructure project to go through that process after the climate emergency. So there'd never been more scrutiny on a project ever. So for us to get through that process, we had to show how seriously we were taking our carbon responsibilities. We have a sustainability action plan. We have a carbon offsetting plan. There'll be carbon offsetting activity embedded into all launch fees out of Cornwall. And we have a very real ambition to be the most sustainable launch location in the world, which again is something that is a real USP for the UK and something we can lead on. But for our particular launch system with Virgin Orbit, so Cosmic Girl, that first stage is 100% reusable. I mean, that's just a 747. That just returns to the airport after it drops Launcher 1. It's itself not a bespoke built aircraft, so it's just a previous Virgin Atlantic 747. Virgin Atlantic and all other operators as well are pushing forward with increasing usability and sustainability, looking at biofuels and things like Matt has said. And actually, when we went through that democratic process, the University of Exeter, which is one of the world's leading universities on environmental science, did an independent carbon impact analysis for us. And they forecast that they expected the total emissions emitted by the spaceport in Cornwall to be between sort of 0.01 and 0.04% of Cornwall's total annual emissions. And that was then, right? And you think about all the innovation that's happened since then, and things are only becoming more and more reusable. So our ambition is to become at least carbon neutral, and we'll look at becoming carbon positive. We're working with universities to invest in proactive environmental science, so to increase our knowledge of the environment, to combat global issues like climate change. And of course, when you start to think about these challenges, satellite data is what's going to get us out of this issue. Like we wouldn't know about a lot of these rising sea temperatures or any number of stuff if it wasn't for the data that satellites are coming down. I think there's been a real shift to realize that in order to solve these global problems, it's not just about doing nothing. I think we're beyond that point now. And so the environmental opportunity presented by having spaceports and launching satellites into space is huge, and one of the real exciting reasons to do it.
Yeah, so Ross, I'm going to riff off of something that you said earlier about that being a unique USP to the United Kingdom. So as we think about, launch in the United Kingdom, how do you see us positioning ourselves globally? Like what is, besides the environment, or, how are we going to make our mark in terms of the launch industry globally? And I'll turn it to you, but any of my panel members, please jump in on that one.
Yeah, well, I think the opportunity for us to add launch to our ecosystem is not so much. I mean, yes, we make all these satellites already, which are being shipped overseas. I mean, there's a carbon impact in that just in itself to take them to these other launch locations. But I don't see so much about taking business from these other launch locations, right? This is about stimulating our own launch economy, bringing down some of the barriers for companies to access space for participants that have never been involved at all. So by adding launch, we stimulate our own launch ecosystem here in the UK. So that's the really exciting bit. It's not just about taking market share from places that are already doing this.
No, thanks. Anybody else want to jump in? Oh, Nick, yep, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's going to be. a USP. I don't think it was going to be a unique selling point. It's going to be an amalgamation of a number of things that are really going to make this. We've talked about the heritage that the UK has in its sector, the excellence, these areas of excellence we already have. And I know from the work that the Space Institute have done, they've recognized that, the launches, the break in that value chain will complete that value chain. But then there'll be things like, world-leading regulations and legislation. We're going to need to require that. There's going to be broader business incentives. How do we attract foreign investment into the country so people set up their organizations in space? So we're going to end up having a range of different factors. We need to harness them all, and we need to harness them quickly. Because I think, as we alluded to, this is going to be internationally competitive. We think we've got an edge. We just need to keep on that edge right now. But it is going to be a lot of different factors that I think are going to make the UK a great place to launch from.
Absolutely. Victoria?
Yeah, just to kind of reiterate that point, I've worked in a few different sectors. I've worked in R&D, I work in space, now, and I've also worked in manufacturing. And the thing that strikes me is I think we have in this country sort of like industrial cultures, if that makes any sense. So some industries, they have a reputation. So, and that reputation then perpetuates it. So, for example, biotech and pharmaceuticals, we're world renowned. And that then, because we have the reputation of being world renowned, then the infrastructure, the supply chain is set up that is also world renowned, and that brings in foreign inward investment, and then that potentially, that keeps it world renowned. And the fact that we have this heritage, in the space sector, but we don't necessarily for launch have that reputation because we haven't been launching for decades. If we build something that is world renowned, then it will perpetuate it. And it will bring in this investment.
That's an excellent point. Nick, do you still have your hand? Do you want to say something, or you just still have your hand up?
Probably still have my hand up by accident, but I think that's I think that's another really important point. But I'll just build on while I've got the opportunity. I think heritage, and we've got to accept that the space sector still has certain legacy of the need for heritage, because just coming at that point, if we are going to attract companies and countries, different nations to launch from here, because launch will be an export. Let's be clear. What we need to do is bring lots of countries and companies from overseas to come to the UK and launch from here. We'll need to show and demonstrate that heritage, because the space sector, probably more than some, still has this strong heritage element to it. You've got to prove things to make sure it's safe to go and do, because of the difficulties of righting mistakes after the fact. So I think that's a really important point on heritage.
No, thanks, Nick and Victoria. Appreciate that. So I'm going to bring it down a little bit, and then we're going to go out for questions from the audience. But if I could just go around the houses real quickly and just ask, each one of you, which sectors of the space industry would you advise are primarily student population, what they should really consider going forward? And I'll just start in my top right hand of the screen, and Ross, over to you.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting. I'm slightly biased, I guess, because I'm not from a space background. So I sort of like from the southwest, and then one of the reasons I'm excited about space in Cornwall is the opportunities it provides for people in these periphery economies. So historically, if you were from Devon and Cornwall, you'd graduate, and there wasn't a huge amount of really exciting careers. So people would have to leave. It was exactly what I did. So I ended up going to London for 10 years, working as a publicist and a salesman in book publishing. And it was only when I came back to the Southwest with those experiences, I was able to really sort of have a bit of a jump start and get into some of these things. So from my point of view, I'm always trying to say to people that the space sector is much more about like rocket science. So, yes, you'll always need people who are great at physics and maths and doing that real sort of tech stuff. But equally, there's careers in there for people like me. There's people for marketeers, Goonhilly Earth Station, for instance, they're doing an amazing telemetry and tracking and data, but they've also got an artist in residence. So the space sector is actually much more multifaceted than perhaps you might think. And of course, there are all those kids who either want to be astronauts or rocket engineers, and they've known that since they were 6 years old, and they know they need their physics, and they know they need their masters, and thank God we need those people. But it's also, if we want to go into schools and do assemblies and things, I'm trying to also engage with people who are probably thinking space isn't for me. My skills are not relevant, which they probably very much are. like you need business development people. You need to be able to commercialize stuff. Having a great idea, writing down on paper how you're going to get your launch vehicle into orbit is not going to be enough. And you're going to have to do it a cost-effective way, and you're going to have to collaborate with people. You have to be a good communicator, and you have to pitch to people if you want funding. So I guess it's sort of a bit of a cop-out, but I think that actually the space sector needs all of the skills that are on offer. So certainly people should not be put off, but equally, yes, we do need these scientists as well.
All right, so a very interdisciplinary sport, if you will. So yeah, I get that. Okay, but somebody's got to give me something to hold on to for some kid out there that's probably going, I want to do this. So over to you, Nick. What is the advice that you give a student out there in terms of what to consider in the future of launch?
Well, again, it's kind of tough because we've said, and Lockheed Martin, of course, we do everything in space, right down from building things in the deep space, either the sort of Bennu proximity mission and the OSIRIS-REx thing, all the way through to the data. And I've got to admit, everyone I meet loves what they do, and they're all, because it doesn't matter where you are in that. So it's hard to say there's one area to go to. So if you want to go into space, all areas are good, and of course there's actually it's quite easy to move around within those sectors as well, because there are skills you pick up. I just echo what Ross said. I think a lot of people get very focused on space sciences, that you need to space sciences. No, we need everything. And actually, most of the people who work for me on spaceports have either got an oil and gas background, or we're building spaceports. That's infrastructure, so it could be a bit of everything. What I would say though is, if you want to make money in the space industry, get into finance, because right now there just seems to be huge amounts of money going through the space sector right now. It really is the hot sector right now, and we just had some recent news from the UK about another company having a massive exit as well through the financing. And my final point, sorry, and I haven't given you that one hook. I'd say upstream is exciting. It's a good place to be. Finance is another good place to be. But the other thing is, of course, don't think you need to get in straight away. And this comes back to Ross' point. I think we probably all took very different routes to get into space. Don't worry so much about getting in straight away. If you've got good skills, there's always a route later on to come back in at some point.
Yeah, it's really just an environment, right? You can do a multitude of things, and then it's just going into the space environment. But Victoria, I'll go over to you and see if you've got anything.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to reiterate the point of my fellow panelists. So I do come from a technical background, but how I got here was, I wanted to be a particle physicist. I didn't, obviously, but as I said, I've worked in manufacturing and then somehow ended up in this brilliant industry. The one bit of advice I'd give is, just take risks, take opportunities when you see them, but also just as you go through your career, just make friends, because that's essentially how I got this job. Through the friend didn't give me the job, I just heard about this opportunity through a friend, and here I am today. So it's awesome.
That's a really great point. Networking, no matter what industry, what field you go to, is critically important, and opportunities just like this one here today is another great opportunity. And I think Hannah will be talking to us a little bit more about the Discord opportunity right after this panel. All right, Matt, you're the man. You're the one that's going to bring it home. We'll give that advice. What is it?
I suppose two things from me, and mainly one, I suppose, drawn from when I was starting out in my career, which wasn't in space and wasn't for a number of years in space, but actually was more in project management and program management. So the discipline of understanding how to get things done. Again, all those skills relevant in many sectors. I just urge you to kind of take those opportunities, and likewise seek out people that will give you time to talk through what they do. So I can't understate how important it is just to kind of get that sense of, actually, are those the kinds of roles that I enjoy? Because there are so many in the space sector, and actually there are probably loads that you can enjoy. But just make sure that you're speaking to different people, visiting different sites. Go and visit kind of some of the spaceports and say, well, okay, talk to me about not just the spaceport, but all the roles that sit around it and kind of what they do. And then the last one is kind of, I suppose, a specific plug for things like spinternships. So the agency runs a program every year to support people moving from university or from other sectors to kind of push them into the space sector. So do look out for those kind of programs that can help you make that transition. They can be very valuable in terms of giving you that first opportunity in the space sector. So yeah, that was me.
A great point about conducting information interviews. I think not enough people pick up the phone and say, I'm not looking for a job, but I just want to know about your job. And I think I would highly encourage folks to do that. Number one. Number two, the point about going around and visiting spaceports. If you come up to Shetland and you visit us, we're going to put you to work. So be prepared to roll up your sleeves if you come up this way. But I just offer a couple of other pieces of advice just to sort of kind of wrap up what my panelists have said. And that's, follow your passion, follow your life's purpose, follow your career in space. There is something there for you, whether it's tourism, whether it's, we're talking about hotels in space these days, you know what I mean? So just follow your passion there. And hopefully you've heard here today that there are choices. You have many, many choices in the industry, and I just highly encourage you to do that. I'd also encourage you to travel and see how it's done in other places. Yes, we're trying to build our industry here in the United Kingdom, but it would be a phenomenal opportunity to go, to South America or other locations around the world and just gain that experience. And again, always education, education, education. And then finally, tell a friend, man. Tell a friend. Somebody out there doesn't see themselves in the space sector, but you tell a friend and you get people excited about it. So, Hannah, do you think this is a good time to kind of start looking at some of the Q&As here? Yeah, okay, I got a thumbs up there. So I'm reading this for the first time, so bear with me, everyone. So we got a question from Chris Lee. Says, can we expect UK Spaceport support need for sounding rocket flights for UK science? UK Skylark was a great program, career stimulator in its own right versus orbital access. I can answer this, but I will turn that over to Victoria, if you've got something, or anybody on the panel.
You might want to go to somebody else because you cut out during the question, so I only heard about a third of it. For me, anyway.
Why don't I jump in a bit? So it's a great question, and no doubt you'll speak to Shetland Space Centre in a second. But absolutely, there are going to be both orbital and suborbital flights from UK spaceports. So again, both of those things will be generating program opportunities in the years ahead. I know that certainly we'll be looking at various spaceports doing sounding rockets in the coming sort of months and years ahead of kind of their first orbital launch. So very much kind of seeing that as part of the development program towards the first launch.
Yeah, and I would offer that, a little bit more on that, Matt, in that you're absolutely right. As we build up to our, whether it's the first, vertical or horizontal launch, there will have to be a test and evaluation cadence and phase, and part of that will be sounding rockets. So I know there's been a lot of universities that have been working on some of those, participating, whether it's across the pond in the United States or here, but it's a great opportunity. And so that you'll start to see, for example, this summer, hopefully, knock on wood, some of that taking place here in Shetland. But is there anybody else that's got? Oh, Ross, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I thought I'd say just as well, because this is an interesting point as far as people are wondering why there are these multiple proposed spaceports in the UK. This is actually quite a good example. So, for instance, at Cornwall, we, as well as being a spaceport, are a commercial passenger airport. And prior to the pandemic, we were the fastest growing regional airport in the UK. So we can't have sounding rockets going up in that environment. The air traffic control have hard enough time. Now we want to be doing horizontal space launch alongside our commercial services. So, but that's not to say we can't help support other sites that are doing that sort of R&D activity. But I think that's probably why you talk about the commercial benefits as well. There's a lot of things that are more suited to these different sites all across the UK. And I think that's also leads me on to the fact that these spaceports are largely not in competition with one another. So a lot of the activity is much better suited to one particular location or another. And then some of the sort of ground infrastructure stuff that we can all collaborate and mutually benefit from. But probably a good example of the fact that we're not really fighting over the same parts of the market for this stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's an excellent point. I'm going to go on to the next one. So this is from Geo Sinkler. Hello, I'm an electronics engineer at Frontier Space Tech and recent graduate from Cranfield University. Big up to Cranfield. My question is, how hard is it to build a financially viable spaceport in the UK? And so I'm gonna kick it over to you, Ross, and then I'll follow up.
Yeah, and again, like this is about the different types of spaceport that we're building. So for us, a horizontal launch spaceport and the other proposed horizontal launch spaceports, you're building on infrastructure that's already there. So we're a commercial airport, but we also have a military presence on site. We have a 2,700 meter long runway, which is the enabling part of the infrastructure. So these 747s and some of these larger launch systems need at least that length of runway to operate. You won't build a runway like that if you don't have it already. So the infrastructures that we are building, so even though we're this busy regional airport, we're not operating 747s on a regular basis. So we need to strengthen areas of our taxiway and our aprons, and we'll need to build infrastructure for where the satellites will physically be integrated into the launcher. But actually, there's not a huge amount of infrastructure other than that you might need. So for instance, our real USP for the UK Space Agency is that we can deliver the UK's first orbital launch for £20 million. And one of our challenges is to ensure that we do a lot more than that, so especially in the early years when launch frequency is quite low, what's happening on site when Virgin aren't there launching? So if they're only there once or twice a year, how do we maximize the economic benefit for our local community and our supply chain companies for what will be infrequent launch? So for us, relatively cost effective to build a spaceport. And as far as it being commercially viable, it's the only reason we looked into it in the first place. It's an additional revenue stream for what's already a successful airport. This is not going to be nationally subsidized. It has to wash its face commercially. UK Space Agency wouldn't be funding it if they didn't believe it would be. And we, as a commercial airport, wouldn't be interested in diversifying into this activity unless we thought we were going to make some money out of it.
Yeah, I think I would say, as a private spaceport, which the Shetland Space Center is, I would answer it with 2 words. It's hard. It ain't easy. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's hard, but it is absolutely viable. As Ross said, none of us would be here doing this unless it was absolutely viable. And so you have to diversify. With most things, you've got to diversify your portfolio. So for us, it's not only launch, but it's downstream services. We have an accommodation service also that we will enjoy up here. But all of us have said in the United Kingdom that we're going to do this. The government has said, "Hey, man, we need to do this." We're all putting skin in the game for it, and we would not be able to even stand up these businesses were the investment not to be there, the interest. And so while it ain't easy and it is hard, it is absolutely viable, and it is something that we're all 100% behind. So, Victoria, please.
Just to add on what you both said, so even I think Ross will probably agree, even when you're not having to invest a lot into the infrastructure of the spaceport because the infrastructure is predominantly there, or and so on. But people tend to think of the spaceports about thinking about the buildings, but actually there's a mountain of paperwork you need to do to actually make those buildings work, and actually to have a viable spaceport and launch operation from there. And that is tough. That is real tough. So even when you're not thinking about the buildings, it's all the other stuff, which is just it's hard.
It is hard. But that's why all of you smart students out there are in this business, because ultimately it's all about problem solving, right? So get your thinking caps on. I've got a question from Luke. And his question is ESA, European Space Agency, helping to set up a more sustainable space environment, spaceports, small satellites, etc., or is it mostly a UK government push? And I will turn that over to Matt, if you can.
Yeah, of course. So it is largely a UK government push. So it comes through the Spaceflight programme, where we've injected about £40 million into industrial grants to enable development of spaceports and to bring launch vehicles to the UK, but also to develop homegrown launchers. But to add to that, we do invest through the European Space Agency in other programs that support sort of wider parts of the launch sector. So again, in the coming sort of weeks, there'll be a number of investments both in developing new launcher technologies, but also kind of new satellite technologies that will help, if you like, generate new commercial opportunities in the years ahead. So it is a mix, and ESA are certainly helping us with some of the technical expertise. But yeah, largely government funded on this occasion.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. I've got one from Josh. Are there significant challenges in launching from the United Kingdom, such i.e. weather, and how far north of the equator, particularly with how far we are north of the equator? So I'll just leave that open to anybody in terms of significant challenges from the UK. And I see that Matt and Ross have turned up. Let's go with Ross real quickly.
Yeah, and I guess despite the fact that the Cornwall Tourist Board would want me to tell you that it's always sunny in Cornwall, the reality is, if anyone's been on holiday in Cornwall, it often does rain and it's very windy. So there are weather challenges that we have in the UK that perhaps they don't have elsewhere in the world. But as our previous spaceport director would always be keen to say, it's always sunny at 40,000 foot. So unless it's, the weather is so bad that a 747 can't take off, very unlikely that actually it's going to impede launch. So yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I know that we do think that it's going to be, it rains a lot, but it's not going to be an obstacle for us.
Yeah, and it's quite frankly just a short window, a short period of time, and you can adjust your schedule. Obviously the conditions in order to launch. So Nick, yeah, over to you.
I mean, there's two sides. I mean, clearly weather is one of the factors you take in, and actually when you look at the weather windows that are available, Florida also has weather challenges. Everyone thinks of it, but they have lightning and other things as well. So every spaceport around the world has some challenge has to work around. That's no different here. We're actually pretty similar to where Kodiak is as a spaceport in Alaska. And the reality is, what sometimes people forget about space is really reliant on the piece of terrestrial infrastructure you have, be that for a tracking station or in this case launching, because actually those northern latitudes where we're going to have to deal with some weather, there's no doubt, those northern latitudes also give you some really good access into orbits that are really important for the commercial viability of these spaceports. So we need to be that far north because it's good for what we're trying to do. There will be some weather challenges, but it's no different than any other spaceport around the world has to deal with as well.
No, that's a great point, Nick, which, of course, I won't riff on this, but, I've been reading recently about the space hurricanes. That'll be another problem set we'll have to get through. But anyways, Matt, over to you.
Yeah, I was just going to add more on kind of the north of the equator question. So yeah. Largely, I think it's worth thinking about UK launches in a different way than we do to Florida. So Florida and other spaceports, when launching, often launch east over a large ocean. Obviously, we're not launching over mainland Europe. I suspect they'd have a few complaints if we did. We're therefore launching north. So again, it doesn't have the same issues in terms of geography that others may have in Central Europe. But it's certainly an opportunity for us to access sort of polar and sun-synchronous orbits. So it's really useful for things like Earth observation and kind of communication satellite systems. So again, real opportunities for the UK to tap into based on the fact that we do have unique geography.
I have been given, unfortunately, the 5-minute warning light. So what I'd really like to do at this point, knowing that we've got folks from around the globe and students, and I just ask you guys to give your sort of last minute advice and thoughts for our audience out there in terms of UK launch, and just any last comments that you might want to make. And I'll start with Nick this time.
Yeah, very quickly, because I think we're down to the last few seconds. This is a team sport. We're all in together. We all need to work together on this, but I think we all need to get behind this. Is good for the UK. It's good for prosperity, and it's good for all the reasons we've just been saying. So we all need to support it and work together on it. My final statement.
You got it. Matt.
Yeah, and from me, just kind of a flag that kind of we're making strong progress. So you will be seeing launches from the UK soon. A great example was yesterday the government published its response to the launch consultation. So the regulations that people can expect to abide by are now well on their way to kind of pushing through Parliament. So yeah, very much looking forward to launching kind of in the next year or so.
Victoria?
I guess my final thoughts are, if you want to get into the space sector, then, make friends wherever you go, talk to people, and as somebody said, visit spaceports.
Except Shetland, where we put you to work.
Yeah, but some people...
I'm teasing. No, but that's a great point. I really concur with what the panelists have said on that. And then Ross, if we could get you to kind of round it up for us.
Yeah, well, I think as far as trying to get into the space sector, especially as a sort of first opportunity, is not to be too discriminative of what your first opportunity is. Like, if all the panelists here today, no one said, "This is what I've done immediately after I left university, and I've been doing it ever since, and my career path was exactly the one I thought it was going to be." So don't turn down opportunities because you don't think they're exactly right. Have a go, see people, make contacts. That's the way into what is a really friendly and collaborative space sector here in the UK. So I think you sort of just embrace any opportunity you can find.
I wholeheartedly agree. And I want to thank all of you this morning and for this fantastic discussion on UK spaceports. I want to thank the audience for your insightful questions. I hope we got to all of them. If we didn't, by all means, you can put them through to Hannah, and she'll get them through to us. And I just would also like to thank Hannah and her team for putting this together and inviting us here. And I hope you've all enjoyed this panel. So onward and upward, and over to you, Hannah.
Thank you very much to all our panel members. What a fantastic discussion. If you would like to talk to our panel members further and find out more about their career, you can head over to the UK SEDS Discord server now. Each panel member has their own voice channel on the server, except for Ross, who will be manning the Spaceport Cornwall careers stand. Please note that the server is only accessible to UK SEDS members, so if you're not a member and want to join, please head over to the UK SEDS website now to sign up. We're going to take a short break now, but join us again at 11:45 for the Airbus presentation competition on this stream and talks on Mars and space tourism over on stream 1.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Welcome back everyone. We'll now be hearing from our Airbus presentation competition finalists who will be presenting their innovative concepts. The winners will be announced today at 10 to 4 at the awards ceremony.
Hello and welcome to the Airbus presentation competition. My name is Joe Martin. I'm a systems engineer at Airbus Defence and Space and part of the Airbus University Outreach Programme, UNICOM, which has worked together to deliver this competition. We're very delighted to host the competition at the National Student Space Conference once again. On behalf of Airbus and the entire UNICOM team, we'd like to thank UKSEDS for their perseverance and commitment to host the conference still under the circumstances, and we're very glad to be a part of it. So I'll give a bit of brief overview over the competition. This year we decided to revamp the theme a bit and make it a bit more exciting than previous years to kind of encourage some more exciting submissions. What we've done is we put out a call for submissions that address some of the big scale problems that are affecting the future and global population and how space solutions might address this. So some of the topics that we've kind of suggested to look at include resource scarcity, disaster response, pandemic response, or climate change. And we've kind of tasked students to create a concept that will support the effort to fight against some of these emerging issues. What we were looking for initially was an A4-page submission that kind of outlined their concept. This could be on a mission, an instrument, or application of space data. And we were kind of inundated with applications to start. So it's been a really challenging process to whittle down to 3 finalists. If you submitted something as part of the competition, we, on behalf of the whole UNICOM team, thank you for your engagement, and it was really, really enjoyable. We had some great submissions, and it was a really difficult process to get down to the final 3. But we have selected 3 finalists who we've then invited to create a 10-minute presentation. We have Niamh Field from Queen Mary University, who is presenting on harvest optimization algorithm. We have Mathias D'souza, who is looking at a near-Earth object space telescope, and Charlie Beadle, who will be presenting his mission concept, Fresnel. We also, so the way that the competition will work is each finalist will deliver a 10-minute presentation, and then there will be a 5-minute Q&A session with our judging panel. So in the interest of time, I'm going to do a brief introduction for each judge. We have 3 from Airbus and another judge joining us from UKSEDS. So from Airbus, we have Isabel Moore. She's part of the Future Programs group as a mission systems engineer and also leading various bids for the group. Also from the mission systems group at Airbus, so this is the group that kind of does the bidding for all the future projects for Airbus, looking at phase 0 studies, phase 1 studies, really early concepts and looking at feasibility of different missions in the future. So Xander Hall is also part of the group and is very involved with in-orbit servicing and leading bids. We have Lisa Haskell from Airbus Intelligence. So Airbus Intelligence operates some, like the disaster management constellation and looks at data analytics of observation data. So Lisa is a sort of observation data quality lead in that group. And also joining us is Zaria Serfontaine from UKSEDS. Zaria is doing a PhD in aerospace at Cranfield University, and also is part of the UKSEDS committee as the team lead for events and competitions. So she's been working to deliver lots of events at this conference. So that's a flash overview of what's going to go down now. And without further ado, we'll crack on with the competition. So good luck, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So I'll hand over to Niamh first.
Okay then. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Today I'm going to be discussing and presenting my concept of an end-to-end service to be used by farmers. It's in an effort to confront the issue of resource scarcity, and this service is going to require the use of an optimization algorithm. So here are the objectives for the service. So it's to provide service users, which are farmers in this case, with relevant and detailed data about their land, and for this data to be further used for personalised recommendations for current and future harvests. And finally, to achieve this through the use of an optimization algorithm, which uses satellite data, ground data, known data of plants, and data taken from the farmers themselves. So for those who don't know, what is an algorithm? It's a procedure consisting of a series of specific steps or rules. You can kind of think of it as a recipe. For example, a cake. For in order for the cake to be how you want it to be, you must follow the recipe in the specific order given. They're used to solve mathematical equations and logical problems. They utilize the input given to them to provide an output. And to achieve the desired output that you want, you must gather relevant and accurate input first. So then we ask the question, what output do we want? Or if you were a farmer, what questions do you want answered? It could be as simple as, do my crops need more or less watering? Does my soil need more nutrients or minerals such as potassium and nitrogen? Could you actually be utilising more of your land? Could you be using it more efficiently? And what is the best day to plant my seeds? So going further, we can either answer the following questions, which many farmers cannot answer themselves, such as, is a proportion of my crops infected? How much profit am I going to make at the end of harvest? Am I planting the best crop possible? Or could I even be making more profit if I changed or substituted some of what I already grow? So that's the output that we want, but now we have to collect the accurate input. So to collect this data, I'm going to be using a satellite. As farmers don't know what they can't see, and from space you can see a lot, we're able to extract masses of data of the Earth and use it in a beneficial way. So this can include soil moisture, check for the presence of and monitor disease, to calculate the precise amount of land owned, and measure long-term climate trends. And to get into the specifics, as satellites on average cost around £250 million each, I decided the much cheaper alternative would be to utilise the vast amount of free data that's available from satellites such as the Sentinel series. This data is distributed free of charge due to the CSDP, which stands for the Copernicus Sentinel Data Policy. So this data could be taken from satellites similar to Airbus's Spot series, which I showed in their previous slide. Hope they don't mind I borrowed the photo. They're very good at meeting time and space requirements, which is obviously very important. But in order to measure soil moisture, I would use an additional microwave reflectometry segment payload. For disease monitoring, in many cases, you can notice it just from a disparity of colour in the images taken from optical satellites. And then area available is also more easily calculated from above. And finally, temperature and long-term climates are also recorded and stored. If you look above on the right, we have the United States of America minus Alaska, I believe. We can see each individual county's average temperature, never mind state, to plus or minus 5 degrees Fahrenheit for the month January 2021. So then next, what can't we get from the satellite? So we're going to be looking to collect the average light intensity, pH of soil, distribution of different nutrients and minerals in the soil, and the level of carbon dioxide in the surrounding atmosphere. Here you can see my substandard prototype of a piece of hardware that will be placed sequentially in the service user's soil. So there are propellers to suck in and analyse the surrounding atmosphere. There's a light meter to detect and measure light intensity, digital pH meters, and sensors to collect a sample of and measure the distribution of nutrients, minerals, and the water level. But how can we go further in an effort to promote efficiency in agriculture, and by doing so minimise resource scarcity? Get information directly from the farmer. We would want to know what species of plant they're growing, how many seeds they use on average per harvest, when they're usually planted, and finally how much of their crop is sold on, i.e. what do they not keep for themselves. This data is going to be input into the software via a computer through a keyboard, where it will be then uploaded, stored, and later used for comparison by the algorithm. And then finally, our last source of information is going to be from a bank of information. Now this bank is going to contain the optimal growth conditions for every edible plant on the planet. If you look in the background, this is the seed vault, which I think is in Norway. However, the Volto bank I would use would operate digitally so that it can be read by a computer and, as I mentioned earlier, used for calculations and comparisons. So in summary, the overall service involves collecting data through 5 different sources, as you can see, which gives us 18 different variables, which are mostly personalized to the farmer bar the economic forecast and bank of information. We then put these variables or ingredients into the algorithm written preemptively, and then we're given 8 different pieces of information that can really transform how well a farmer can do now and in the future. We can also prevent farmlands from essentially dying if we continuously monitor these 8 different outputs. And seeing as 50% of all habitable space on Earth is dedicated to agriculture, and resource scarcity still remains, I believe we must really make an effort to conserve what is already being used. However, farmland is not the only thing we can conserve using this service. Monoculture. Monoculture is one of the biggest issues in the agricultural industry. This is because there is a trade-off in producing enough crop to meet demand against conserving biodiversity within a specific region. So using an economic forecast and some of the 18 variables collected previously, not only can we recommend just one crop to grow, but a large variety of different species that would benefit the farmer financially. So for example, the recommendation would include the top 5 different species you could plant, how many of each species you should plant, and the best way to distribute them across your land. Then we come on to the financial aspects, the most important bunch of aspects in my opinion. So this is going to include how can the service benefit farmers in terms of insurance, a number of different packages, and how we can make this fair for developing economies. In terms of insurance, we know that the farmers are predicted how much they're going to make each harvest. In the case of natural disasters such as drought, flooding, or invasion of pests, the farmers would then be able to claim insurance money and keep their farm afloat. And then these are the different packages on offer. And there is the prices for per month in Great British Pound. Additional costs apply for purchasing the hardware, so the little mushroom things. And finally, fair trade. Farmers in developing economies may not be able to afford any of these packages. Therefore, there's an opportunity for the governing body to offer subsidies in an effort to boost the agricultural industry within that economy and obviously prevent monopolies from forming. Monopolies form in the case of one farmer being wealthy enough to incorporate the service, whereas their surrounding competitors cannot. And then there's also the issue of cyber attacks. There's already a current threat to the food industry through this. To prevent, we could use a secure transfer protocol on a private server so that there's a high level of protection. And finally, additional opportunities. There's already schemes such as the TE4 Plant a Tree, where you get paid to restore woodland on your land. But another scheme might include a similar construct, but by planting any other plant to promote biodiversity. So, in conclusion, I believe the benefits that arise from the implementation of this software would far outweigh the drawbacks, as it allows farmers to not only know their own productive efficiency, but it also offers alternative paths that can be taken to improve this efficiency. This application, if used widely, has the potential to provide a stable future for farmers and an increasing food source for the human population. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Niamh. I'll now pass over to the judges who will ask any questions.
Thanks a lot, Niamh. Yeah, that was really interesting. I was just wondering if you did any sort of a literature review to see, you know, what's out there at the moment. Are there any services that farmers are using, you know, to increase their efficiency right now? And what are the main changes for this system?
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part. Are there any changes for?
Yeah, so what are the difference between using this type of data to using conventional methods that farmers are using at the moment?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the first one. Oh, literature. So yes, there are a few. Well, satellites are definitely being used more in agriculture recently. I've seen a few articles on it. This was after I found my idea there, so I was like, oh, am I doing something that someone's already done? However, there is no sort of service out there that is end to end that collects the data for you, analyzes the data for you, and then kind of puts it in a pretty package for you to be able to read and understand, for you to have perfect knowledge of your farm. So that's what kind of makes it, or kind of builds on the conventional uses of how farmers understand the land today through, checking soil. You can do analysis on that without much equipment at all. However, this kind of takes it a step further by soil moisture levels for a large proportion of area. And furthermore, with the economic forecasting, that really builds into it. And I suppose farmers don't really think about alternative paths. However, this would sort of give that to you on a little platter and offer it. Yeah, I hope that answered your
Oh, great. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, interesting.
Hi, Niamh. I had a quick question just with regards to, I guess, protecting, sites that aren't already agriculture. Would you be looking to limit the data you provide to existing farms, or how would you handle it if someone was looking at something that was currently forest and saying, oh, would this be good for growing stuff? Would you want to provide the data to them, or would you want to limit it to just existing farms to avoid sort of, I guess, more destruction of?
Yes, yeah, I definitely see what you mean. Because it's definitely a tricky thing in terms of cyber attacks as well. So what if you get someone who's saying, okay, all of you should just plant all of this? That could have a detrimental effect on the wider economy. But I think it should just be to existing, probably existing customers, seeing as they're paying for it, and it requires a lot of effort to make it personalized to the individual farmer for their specific land. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you'll be answering a customer who asked for this service, so you'll be focused on their existing land. All right, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for that presentation. It was really nice, well thought out. I have a question really about, this is obviously a payable service, and you want to increase biodiversity in particular areas. So, and obviously some farmers can afford it and some farmers can't afford it, right? And so if I'm a farmer and I'm paying a certain amount of money for this service, and you say to them, look, we've got all these different crops growing in all these different areas, but because everyone else is growing the really profitable crop, we want you to grow the less profitable crop to increase biodiversity. Do you see a situation like that happening at all? And would the farmer, how happy would the farmer be saying, well, I've paid for this and I'm earning less?
Yes, yeah, I see what you mean. That's where the economic forecast kind of comes into it again. Sorry for mentioning it. I suppose the additional biodiversity opportunities are additional. So it wouldn't be a situation that a farmer is only recommended to just plant species that are just rare and would be good for the surrounding ecosystem. So for bees, they're not a bee farm, or they don't. So if they're not a bee farm, they're still going to be recommended. Not crops that aren't too different from what they already grow. So things that are specific to their region. The additional biodiversity opportunities you'd get paid more for. So you'd have to have your crops as a base layer. So the top 5. And then if you have some area of your land left over, or you want to take a part of your land and use it to make just a bit more money, as the opportunity would pay probably a bit more, you would have to first plant your crop first before doing any additional plants.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I think we'll call the Q&A there for Niamh. And yeah, thank you a lot for your presentation. And we'll move on to Mathias next.
Great, I'll start. Hi, my name is Mathias, and I'll be presenting my idea, which is a Venus-based near-Earth object space telescope. So the mission that I propose will aim to improve upon asteroid detection to minimize the risk of an unforeseen asteroid impact. This has the potential to cause large-scale damage and injuries. The Near-Earth Objects Survey Act in 2005 stated that by 2020, 90% of the near-Earth objects over 140 meters in diameter would be identified. However, as of today, less than 70% are, which highlights a key need for improvement for our systems. To give an example of the significance of this problem, in 2013, an undetected asteroid exploded over Russia, injuring over 1,000 people. In 2018, a similar-sized asteroid again entered the atmosphere undetected and exploded over the Pacific Ocean. Both of these asteroids approach from an inner orbit, which highlights a key limitation of the current systems, as highlighted in Figure 1. At position 1 in Figure 1, the near-Earth objects are undetected due to the eclipse effect from the Sun that makes the asteroids appear darkened to ground-based telescopes on Earth. At position 2, these near-Earth objects are seen as Earth-based telescopes see their illuminated faces from the Sun. The solution that I propose is placing a telescope on an inside orbit, such as at the L2 Lagrange point of Venus, where the illuminated faces of all of these near-Earth objects can be detected. To date, planetary defense missions have been rejected in favor of space exploration missions due to budgetary limitations. So the mission that I propose aims to overcome this by combining planetary defense with planetary studies by being the first telescope orbiting another planet. As shown in Figure 2, Venus was thought to have once had a very similar geology to present-day Earth, which was lost due to a runaway greenhouse effect. This presents the additional opportunity to gain an insight into how the greenhouse effect can impact Earth's own climate. So to summarize, by placing a telescope at the L2 Lagrange point of Venus, we are in an advantageous position to detect near-Earth objects, but also to monitor Venus's atmosphere for climate studies. And this gives rise to the following objectives for the mission. Number 1, the identification of 90% of near-Earth objects. Number 2, the characterization of the size and composition of these near-Earth objects. Number 3, the analysis of the cloud coverage and morphology of Venus. And number 4, the analysis of the thermal profile of Venus's atmosphere. These 4 objectives form the 4 primary objectives for the mission. The secondary objectives are the identification of near-Earth objects for future sample return and redirect missions, the testing and validation of new instrumentation for future atmospheric study missions, and also the identification of further areas of studies for future missions to Venus. So based on the objectives on the previous slide, the following mission was devised for the near-Earth object identification. And this consists of 3 key steps: the detection, tracking, and then the ground follow-up. The first step would use the infrared and visible light camera payloads to detect near-Earth objects larger than 140 meters in diameter. And the second step would be to track the asteroid using follow-up observations over a 3-week period in order to extrapolate the estimated orbit of the detected near-Earth object. If the estimated orbit is deemed to intersect Earth's orbit, then it can be flagged as a potentially hazardous object to the ground segment. Using the infrared images obtained from the telescope, alongside the distance and velocity data from the extrapolated orbit, we can come up with a first mass estimate as to the mass of the near-Earth object, which is proportional to the risk posed from the object. Using ground follow-up observations, using radar spectrometry or visible light, the mass uncertainty factor can be further reduced. Once this has been done, the near-Earth object has been adequately characterized and mitigations to the risks posed can be made. Moving on to the instrumentation, as mentioned above, the telescope would use visible and infrared light to carry out the near-Earth object studies. From Figure 5, it can be seen that the visible light cameras tend to struggle with interpreting the size from the reflected light of the asteroids, whereas infrared light is more effective at doing this. The benefits of including both visible light and infrared light on the payloads is that the geometric albedo of the near-Earth objects can be determined, which allows us to have the information to determine the estimated composition and also hence determine the mass of the near-Earth object. So overall, the proposed instruments for the telescope would be a 0.5 meter aperture 5 and 10 micrometer infrared camera sensor and a 0.5 meter aperture visible light sensor. From this segment of the mission, objectives 1, 2, and 5 are reached. In addition to the near-Earth object detection, I'll also give examples to some of the climate study techniques that would be used to monitor Venus. The first method would use X-band radio waves to determine the structure of, or the thermal structure of Venus's atmosphere. And this is done by measuring the occultations of the radio waves through the atmosphere of Venus to the ground segment as shown in Figure 6. The second method would use infrared and UV payloads from the L2 Lagrange point to monitor the cloud coverage and morphology of Venus as illustrated in Figure 7. This can also be used to detect areas for further studies, such as volcanic activity at the surface. So moving on to the instrumentation proposed to achieve this. Figure 8 shows how a 1 to 2 micrometer infrared sensor would allow for lower level cloud observations from the surface level to about 65 kilometers in altitude. A UV sensor would then allow for further observations from upper level cloud movement up to 90 kilometers in altitude using a wavelength of around 365 nanometers UV sensor. So overall, the scientific instruments proposed for the Space Telescope can be seen in Table 1, and it consists of infrared and visible light camera sensors for near-Earth object detection, as mentioned in the previous slide, as well as infrared and UV light camera sensors for the mission proposed on this slide. Overall, the objectives achieved in this segment of the mission are objectives 3, 4, 6, and 7. So moving on to the mission constraints. So at the L2 Lagrange point, the eclipse of Venus would limit sunlight to the solar panels. Therefore, the telescope would be placed into a halo orbit around the L2 Lagrange point as shown in Figure 9. In order to maintain this orbit, it would require station-keeping maneuvers of around 0.001 kilometers per second per year to maintain this orbit. Another constraint would be the ability to develop the technology by the required launch date, and this has been made more feasible by mainly incorporating heritage technologies into the design of the telescope instruments. With respect to the functional and operational requirements for the telescope, the data transmission techniques would need to be improved to allow adequate bandwidth for near-Earth object data collection, but also to allow for the radio wave monitoring of Venus's atmosphere. For performance to be accurate, the field of view, pointer accuracy, and cadence of the telescope would need to be optimized for near-Earth object detection from Venus, and this can be done through performance modeling and simulation. As for the survivability of the telescope, it would require active cooling for the infrared cameras through the use of cryocooler, and also shielding from radiation from the sun, and also the upper atmosphere, the ionosphere of Venus. Now moving on to the mission costs, the mission would need approximately £400 million in funding based on previous similar missions. The time cost for the mission would include a development time of 5 to 7 years, as indicated in Figure 11 for similar infrared-based telescopes, a transit time of 5 months with launch opportunities to Venus every 13 months or so, and the mission lifetime to detect 90% of near-Earth objects. To achieve that near-Earth object survey act objective would be about 5 to 10 years, as shown in Figure 12. In terms of the sponsors for this mission, since this is mainly a planetary defense orientated mission, it would need to be funded mainly by a government-run space agency. Key targets for the sponsorship, therefore, would be NASA, who last had an orbiter on Venus in 1989, or the ESA, who last had an orbiter on Venus in 2005, and this would be an opportunity to re-establish presence on the planet. Recently, there has been growing funding from these organizations as well into looking at studying near-Earth objects through the DART and HERA missions, which study asteroid deflection, and both of these missions received about £100 million funding each from these organizations. Therefore, this presents unique opportunities for these agencies to show another statement of intent to furthering their efforts when it comes to safeguarding our home here in the solar system from near-Earth objects. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mathias. That was really interesting. I like the idea of you trying to combine the scientific merit with kind of more planetary protection things, because as you said, planetary protection doesn't always get funded.
Yeah.
I think you touched on it in your operations slide, but are you planning to do the observation of Venus's atmosphere and searching for near-Earth objects at the same time, or are you splitting operations between the two?
So
and how would the split work?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's something that I wasn't 100% sure on, but I think that the most sensible route would be to maybe look at when the radii between Earth and Venus is at the maximum, where the data transmission would be reduced the most, to mainly switch to observing Venus's atmosphere for the climate studies. Based on previous missions, such as the Venus Express, it stated that there were periods where for 2 weeks there were blackouts in data communication, and during these 2 weeks, I think that would be adequate to perform some observations into the climate studies of Venus as well, alongside reconvening observations of near-Earth objects when the data transmission is re-established.
Thanks.
Hi, Matthias. Thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting. I had a question because I understand the idea of combining two objectives, two birds, one stone, and that made sense. But I wondered if you'd, when you were thinking about, allowing it to get more funding that way, did you also think about the added complexity of trying to sort of merge these two sort of distinct objectives into one mission? Because I was just thinking, imagining, all the different institutions and bodies you would need to be involved, who all got their own set of requirements and what they want the mission to do. Had you thought about how complex that might be in terms of the development?
Yeah, I think that's maybe something that would need to be investigated, but I think there is growing funding into near-Earth object detection, especially lately. So as you can see on this graph, I think it was from 2019, the funding from NASA especially has been growing quite a lot into studying near-Earth objects, and there's been funding, as mentioned, of £200 million into the DART and HERA missions. And based on the fact that this is kind of tried to incorporate mainly heritage technologies and not too many new groundbreaking technologies that would be used in flagship missions, I've tried to mitigate this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi Matthias. Really good presentation. Thanks a lot. I was just wondering if you had thought about any other orbits that it could go in. Did you think about maybe just keeping to an Earth-bound orbit, or whether the benefits of going to Venus and getting the extra science, if that pays off from the cost?
In terms of going to Venus, it was mainly based on the fact that actually, I don't know if you can see this slide still. So if I can just get my laser pointer up. So 80% of the near-Earth objects that have been detected in this region. Only 20% have been detected in this region, and it's due to the limitation I discussed of the sun hitting the opposite side of the near-Earth object, so it appears too darkened. So if anything, an adaptation of this mission could be to place it in a heliocentric orbit that's more on the inside orbit of Earth in order to reduce this limitation of current systems, because even a space telescope in an Earth-based orbit would still have this limitation of not being able to detect maybe the asteroids orbiting on the inside. So yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Brilliant. Thanks, Matthias.
Thank you.
Yeah, great presentation. And we'll move on to our final presenter, Charlie.
Right. Yep. Hi there, I am Charlie Beadle, and this is my proposal, Fresnel, a focused reflector space-based solar power network for electricity generation. So as a species, our power needs are constantly growing because we are constantly growing. As long as we continue to progress technologically, and as long as our population continues to grow, we're going to need more power. And so we need to look at renewables, obviously. It's the only way to save the Earth, and it's the only way to not destroy whichever planet we move to next. Switching to LED bulbs or turning off the boiler at night is not gonna fix our problems, right? And not all renewables are the same. Wind and hydro, they have their own problems. They can have a negative effect on local wildlife, for example. Nuclear and geothermal, they are limited resources, albeit not very limited, but again, we're growing exponentially. Eventually we will run out, and we need to think about that. And photovoltaics, I mean, we're never going to run out of the sun, but photovoltaics use minerals that are limited as well. So we need to think about this, because eventually it may be a problem for us. and we can't just keep with the same attitude that we have, which is we just mine and mine and mine until we run out of things. And we also need to think about the fact that if we're going to space, if we're going to the moon or to Mars, we're going to have to move our power stations there. We can build them there to an extent, but we're going to be moving a lot of mass, and so we need to really work out how to make things light and especially cheap. So I think solar is the best option because it's a nearly infinite resource. We just need to work out how to make it lighter and more scalable. So this is where my idea sort of comes in. We reduce the need for energy storage and we make it more scalable using orbital reflector arrays. So you reflect solar energy down back at the Earth or at the existing solar farms or at satellites and landers that are already in orbit or on the planet. And this is good because you can do it at night as well. So you can scale the amount of power you're getting throughout the day and overnight, and it doesn't cost very much. So this is where the Fresnel idea comes from. Lots of rays coming in, focusing at one point. It's kind of the opposite of the Fresnel lens that is used in a lighthouse, for example. So I looked at existing reflector technologies. The Russians in the 90s, they did Znamya. Znamya 2.5 was 25 meters in diameter. Big reflector that was used to create like an artificial moon, sort of 5 to 10 times the luminosity of the moon over an area of about 7 kilometers. And it worked quite well. It did eventually capture the antenna, and they had to cancel it. But and this looks a lot like a solar sail. So I looked at other solar sails we have at the moment. Icarus, for example, which we sent around the sun and flyby past Venus, 200 square meter reflective area using a thin polyimide film. And it has solar cells, and it's really interesting tech. But it's a solar sail. And light sail as well, similar sort of idea, significantly smaller, so it was a CubeSat, only 30 meters squared. It was using MIDAR. And then we have the Sunjammer, which was it was cancelled, unfortunately, which is a real shame, but it was going to be a massive solar sail, 1,200 meters squared, and it was cancelled due to budget cuts, but it was really promising. And it was developed by Ligard, who also in the 90s, they made a parabolic reflector. So this one is really interesting to me because in order to fix this Znamya problem of the 7 kilometer wide spot, you need a parabolic reflector, and they made one. It was for radio frequencies, so it was an antenna, but it was effective. It was very cheap, and it cost 2 million, which is pretty good for spacecraft. So say we can reflect this power back at the Earth, at the Moon, or at satellites. How do we collect it? Well, photovoltaic is the obvious option. It works well at small scales. You don't need a big setup. You can have a tiny one, which is why we use on satellites. The biggest issue currently is, or one of the biggest issues is it doesn't really work at night, which is where the reflector comes in. So if you can have a reflector on the dark side of Earth, shine light at a PV panel during the night, you basically make it function 24 hours a day. There are a few environmental concerns, but hopefully using reflectors you can reduce how much PV you need, reduces the environmental concerns. The other option is concentrated solar power. So it scales really well, but you have to have it big to start with. You basically get a bunch of mirrors and you point them at something as a thermal mass, so oil or salt typically. And then once you've heated that up using solar energy, then you can use that to drive a regular steam turbine or even a gas turbine. This is a good option for the reflector idea because it scales well when you shine more light at it. So PV, if you shine too much light, it stops producing energy. Whereas this, if you shine more light, as long as the mirrors don't melt, it will produce more and more energy. So I think this is a really good option as well. So there are lots already existing on the Earth. So how can we implement the reflector to use these? Well, a geostationary orbit is a good option. It stays above the same point on Earth, of course, and it's the same distance. So the focal length of the parabolic reflector doesn't need to change. You just keep pointing it there, and because the Earth is on a tilt, an equatorial orbit won't ever be in the shade of the Earth, which means you can get light shining at these CSPs or at these PV arrays throughout the day. but you can't get high latitude environments with them. So this is where I came up with the Australian tundra orbit. Its eccentricity is about 0.1. So the altitude isn't changing too much, but you would need to have a dynamic focal point for the parabolic mirror. But it does mean that you get to shine light at Australia, for example, where there's really lots of PV arrays. And you spend more time on the dark side of the Earth, which makes it more efficient as well. So I sort of had a look at how much power you can get from it. Some of the bigger ones, you're looking at nearly a gigawatt hour per year, which isn't a huge amount, but it's worth considering that this is in addition to the power that's already being generated. So this is a gigawatt hour per year that's happening at night when these solar arrays would just otherwise be doing nothing, right? And also interesting to see here is the power mass ratio is actually really good. Even the inflatable antenna, which the 90s one, it's 3,000 watts per kilogram, which is quite a lot better than existing solar panels. And again, you're not generating power with this, but if you ship a kilogram of solar panel up into space, you get maybe 300 watts, 500 watts. If you ship a kilogram of a reflector, you get 3,000 watts. So there are certainly cost savings. Cool. So you could use this for solar arrays that are on the moon or on Mars, for example. You build a parabolic trough, and then so that's the initial cost. When you need to scale it, when you increase the size of your base and you need more power, you just put some Fresnel reflectors into orbit, and then you increase power without having to ship another solar panel or another trough, for example. So it scales at a significantly lower cost. Parabolic reflectors, they are already under development, which is great to see. There's some really promising designs. So I think it's certainly a promising idea. So we're thinking, where do we go from this? Well, the first step would be to power a satellite that is already in orbit. So it's really easy to ship up a reflector, wait for a satellite to go, choose a satellite, wait for it to go into the shade, and then you can start to power it, just to prove that the parabolic reflector works, just to prove that the concept works. And then you maybe want to move on into lunar orbit, and this way you can power existing landers. So you don't need to land another craft on the moon. You can use ones that are existing already, like the Changi 4 or 5, and it's just to show that you can power a craft at night using a very cheap reflector. And then from there we look at powering the Earth. So the first step would be the geostationary orbits using CSPs and PBs in the Middle East, and then you look at using this Australian tundra orbit, and so that you can increase power generation at night with existing solar farms. And then I think from there you can look at some really interesting applications. You can start to point lots of satellites at one central satellite, which then reflects back down to Earth, so like a daisy chain. You could even, that central satellite could convert it to laser or to micro frequency, which is something NASA's already exploring, so that you can transmit power through cloud cover, for example. Lunar power stations, remote mining operations is a good bet as well, because they're willing to pay a lot more money for constant power. So I think that's a good economically viable option for it. And then maybe looking at putting a reflector in the Lagrange point as well, so you have a constant reflector in one spot. So this is my idea, the Fresnel reflector array. I hope you enjoy it. And are there any questions?
Great, thanks a lot, Charlie. That was really interesting. You said at the start, you've looked at all these different solar cells that could be used as reflectors. Had you thought about or assessed what impact this would have on the satellite? Kind of how much fuel you would need to maybe counteract the solar pressure?
Yeah, so it's not a huge amount. I didn't have the numbers on here. I don't have them with me. Like I say, it's not a huge concern, but also because you're going on sort of both sides of the orbit with the reflector, anything that So if you decrease the altitude when you're coming this way, you can use the reflector to then increase the altitude on the other side. And actually, you can use the reflector to control the attitude as well. So that the sun jammer was going to have controlled vanes on the tips that could allow it to change its altitude.
Yeah, great. I mean, that's kind of what we do on geostationary satellites as well. They can use the solar rays to, you know, help steer. Great.
Hi, Charlie. Thanks for a really interesting presentation. I had a couple of questions. Let me pick one. Okay, so when you were mentioning about the daisy chain effect and potentially sort of having one single satellite that you reflect from the other ones onto, I was wondering if you thought about the thermal control on that satellite that's having sort of it all, how you'd make sure it's all captured onto the reflector and doesn't interfere too much with the satellite itself.
Yeah, you'd certainly need, one of the big things that you would do is have the most of the instrumentation of the satellite on the rear side of the reflector. And depending on the materials that you, or depending on how you coat the reflector as well, you can prevent it from absorbing too much. But yeah, I mean, you're pointing a lot of solar energy at a satellite, so it's definitely, it would be a design concern. But, I think it's manageable.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I have another question if no one else does. I was wondering if you thought, obviously, if we're, you know, this solar energy that would normally maybe have passed the Earth, and then we're creating, you know, reflecting it down to the Earth, and we know we've already got a problem of greenhouse gases and then, you know, heating up the Earth because, you know, this heat that would normally be reflected back into space is, you know, being blanketed and kept in. So have you thought about from that perspective how it might sort of negatively impact reflecting all this additional energy onto the ground?
Yeah, so I think the least environmentally damaging way to do it is essentially on the moon or on Mars. But one of the benefits of so with the eccentric orbit is the incident ray on the Earth is perpendicular, which reduces the amount of reflection you're getting. So when the rays are coming in almost parallel to the atmosphere, that's when you get the internal refraction. But when it's coming in perpendicular, it's not as big of a concern, and especially if you're pointing at somewhere with low cloud cover as well, which you would want to. So this is why I picked the Middle East and Australia. That reduces how much you reflect it back into the environment as well.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thanks, Charlie, for a great presentation. So that concludes the 3 finalist presentations for the Airbus presentation competition. I think, yeah, we've seen some really great, diverse, really well thought out and innovative proposals. So the judging team are now going to review all the presentations and Q&A and decide on a winner, which will be announced later at the conference at the award ceremony. So from the Unicum team, thank you ever so much to all the finalists and the judges for your participation. And yeah, it's been a great competition. So congratulations to everyone for their work so far, and best of luck for the winner.
A big thank you to Airbus. Make sure to go and visit them at our careers fair. As mentioned, the winners will be announced at 10 to 4 today. We'll now hear from one of our sponsors, Cranfield University.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jenny Kingston, the course director for the MSc in Astronautics and Space Engineering at Cranfield University. I've put this presentation together to give you an overview of the MSc course, its aims, its structure and its content, and also to give you some links to find out more information. The Astronautics and Space Engineering MSc course has been running for over 30 years now, and we have well over 1,000 graduates. This year we've got over 80 students. The aim of this course is to prepare students for careers in the space industry. So this is both recent graduates and also mature students who've perhaps been working in other industries for some time and they're wanting a career change. Typically, we get students who have backgrounds in engineering, various different disciplines, most commonly aerospace engineering, but also others such as structural engineering, electrical, and also graduates in physics and mathematics. In common with other Cranfield MSc courses, we have a very international intake, and we have alumni really in pretty much all European space organisations and also wider afield around the world. As you'll see later in this presentation, I've got a list of some of our destinations for our recent graduates. And because we've been running for quite a long time and we've got lots of graduates in lots of different organisations, we've got very strong industrial contacts. So you can see some of the companies that we have strong links with here on the screen. And they contribute to our course. They offer guest lectures, they provide project suggestions for thesis and group design projects and so on. And obviously also they will help our graduates to find employment as well. So through the course we have a strong space system engineering emphasis. So the basis for this is that students can specialise in particular disciplines, be it structures or orbits or control systems, but they'll have a good overall understanding of what it takes to put together a full space system and operate it successfully. So just to give a bit of an overview of the actual content and structure of the course. So the full-time MSc is offered over a full year. So you start at the beginning of October and you go through until September. And the course is made up of 3 different elements: the taught part, the group design project, and the individual thesis. So the taught modules and the group design project both run in parallel from October through to April, and then the individual research project goes from around April full-time through to September. The taught part consists of 3 compulsory core modules: space system engineering, astrodynamics and mission analysis, and space propulsion. And then on top of this, you choose assessments in 2 option modules from the list that you can see here. But in addition to that, there are also many non-assessed lectures and software workshops from things like space systems, systems toolkit, orbit analysis software, ESATAN thermal analysis software, launch and re-entry aerodynamics, space environment, many other lecture programs which will contribute to project work and that you can take based on your own interest. For part-time students, the course can be taken over 2 to 5 years. Most commonly, it's done over 3 years. And in that case, typically most students will do the taught part in years 1 and 2 and focus on the thesis in years 2 and 3. So part-time students do the same taught programme as the full-time students, but they can't really do the group design project because it's not really compatible with part-time study. So they do a more in-depth thesis. And typically, if you're going to do the taught part in the first 2 years, you would need to be on campus around 6 to 7 weeks per year to do the lectures, workshops and assessments. The thesis can be done largely remotely with supervisor meetings via video conference and in person if that's appropriate. Some of our part-time students are already working in space-related companies, so we've had students from Airbus Defence and Space and Thales Alenia Space, but we can also take students who are working in unrelated companies and they can either do a campus-based project or a project linked with another external space organisation. The group design project is a main part of the course for the full-time students. And the idea of this is really to give a realistic experience of designing a full space mission. So it covers all of the work packages, from launch to all of the different onboard subsystems, to the operations, risk, every element really of a space mission. And the idea of this is to develop teamworking and problem solving skills and to practice the technical skills, including the space systems engineering that you're learning in the taught part of the course. The missions which we study in these group design projects may often be defined in association with our industry contacts. The project runs in parallel with the talk modules, and there are weekly group meetings, final internal presentations in March, which are coming up quite soon for current students, and then an industry presentation in April or May. This year that's going to be taking place online, but normally that takes place with lots of guests from our industrial contacts actually visiting the university and providing a nice networking opportunity for the students. You can see a few examples of past group design projects here. There's a wide range of these. The other project that you do on this course is the individual research project, and the aim of this is really to give you experience of undertaking independent research. And it's a very substantial project, about 900 hours of effort. The topics for these are proposed by academic staff and our external industry contacts. And each project will have its own Cranfield supervisor. It's also possible to do your thesis project as an internship in industry, and even last year with the COVID pandemic, we still managed to have quite a lot of our students actually doing projects based in industrial space-related host companies. And again, you can see some examples of past thesis projects here, but there's a huge range, everything from launch vehicles and propulsion to astrodynamics to life support systems and everything in between. There's also an opportunity for involvement in wider projects. So these could be related to your thesis project, for example. So this year we have a group of MSc and PhD students who have actually taken part in the European Space Agency's Fly Your Thesis Zero-G flights. So this October they will be participating in these parabolic flight campaigns to do some experimentation. We've also had involvement with other ESA programs such as Drop Your Thesis, which again is a microgravity program, the BEXA stratospheric balloon flights, and even an actual satellite, the ESA SEO satellite, which we developed a payload for. And then on the bottom right, you can actually see one of our deorbit sails for space debris mitigation actually deployed in orbit. And that sail was designed and built with student involvement. There's also an opportunity to be involved in extracurricular activities with the UK SEDS local branch, CranSEDS. So CranSEDS has been very involved in a number of different competitions and activities, including rocket competitions, even actually going out to the US to participate in a large standing rocket competition there, various rover trials and competitions, and they've generally been very successful. And I mentioned that there are graduates in really pretty much all of the main space organisations around Europe and wider afield. This is just listing some of those where our graduates are now working. And one of the nice things about the course is that a lot of these graduates keep in contact with us, and they will attend things like course presentations, give guest lectures, propose thesis topics, and also inform us of job opportunities at the places that they're currently working. So I hope that's given you an overview of the MSc course. If you'd like to find out more information, you can use these links here. Our course page gives you some video interviews with former students, and you can find out more also at our open days, which are listed on the events page from the university. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you to Cranfield University. We'll now break for lunch, returning at 1:30 for a debate on the use of satellite mega constellations here on stream 2. And over on stream 1 at 1:30, there will be various talks on space activities in Cornwall.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having a great conference so far. Thank you for joining us today at our first ever space debate at this year's National Student Space Conference. Today's motion is that this House believes the humanitarian and environmental benefits of large constellations of satellites in low Earth orbit outweigh the negative impacts on the space environment. Tens of thousands of satellites are planned to be launched in the next decade, and many of them are part of these mega constellations for noble causes such as providing universal internet access and monitoring climate change. Our debate will explore whether these benefits outweigh the negative impacts of the space environment, such as increasing space debris and increasing light pollution. We have two teams that will be debating the motion today. Each team member will have 5 minutes to make their arguments, of which the first minute and the last minute is protected time. We won't have any adjudicators, but we will be asking the audience to vote for which side they thought had the most persuasive arguments. On the proposing team, we have Chris Brunskill, Head of UK Space Programs at D-Orbit. We have Stephen Gibson, the Managing Director of AST Space Mobile UK. We have Felix Skidmore, a Spacecraft Subsystem Engineer at OneWeb. And we have Phil Allen, a Space Vehicle Architect at Airbus. On the opposing team, we have Robert Massey, who is the Deputy Executive Director of the Royal Astronomical Society. We have Heidi Thiemann, who's a PhD in astronomy at the Open University. We have Jacob Gear, who's the UK Space Agency's Head of Space Surveillance and Tracking. And we have Andrew Williams, who's the External Relations Officer for the European Southern Observatory. So let's get started with the first speaker for the proposition, Chris Brunskill.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and good afternoon to members of the opposition, fellow members of the proposition, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce the motion for this debate, that being that this House believes that the humanitarian and environmental benefits of large constellations of satellites in low Earth orbit outweigh the negative impacts on the space environment. In our interpretation of this statement, this team, being for the proposition, has the view that it is clear that the use of space is ideal for the hosting of wide-scale information collection and dissemination systems. As such, this team will present the case in terms of the following principal points. Firstly, Felix will present the case for democratization of access to knowledge and its basis as a human right. Secondly, Steve will then present the case for accessibility of access to information in the context of the individual on the ground. And finally, Phil will close out the argument for the proposition by reviewing the arguments put forward by the opposition against the motion. So to dig into the statement a little bit further, there are many reasons why the use of space in this way brings such benefits. For the fundamental point is that the technology itself is now widespread in its accessibility, and very little of the capability that is currently used on orbit is linked to specific companies or businesses or countries. And this allows anybody across the globe to access the same technologies that are used currently on orbit to provide this capability on a global scale. To complement that, we also have wide spread and well-defined means to disseminate the services that are provided by these constellations to the end users. And the obvious examples of these include the internet and the World Wide Web. So by linking together the capabilities that constellations bring from both remote sensing, Earth observation, and communications together, we are very capable of disseminating that information across the globe efficiently and very quickly. Moreover, in a more societally focused perspective, the use of space in general has a history of driving international collaboration and coordination, often superseding specific political positioning. And this has driven the capability and the accomplishments of the human race to go much further beyond that the individual nations or individual people have been able to achieve alone. We have many examples of that, not least of which the International Space Station, but also on a commercial basis as well. We often see many examples of companies collaborating across nations and across continents to create capabilities that benefit all of humankind. Furthermore, these services often complement and enhance the existing terrestrial services. So they are not there for the exclusive use of those that can access them, but simply augment and enhance the ability for anybody across the world to objectively monitor and connect society, economic activity, and political activity on a global scale. So this provides a level playing field when it comes to interpretation and exchange of knowledge for the use of humanitarian and indeed environmental purposes. And that's not to say that the poor use of space has not been shown to have negative effects on a case-by-case basis when we look for specific examples. However, the net result has not yet fundamentally altered the way in which we have to use space. We're still at a very early stage in our expansion into the space environment, and there still remains plenty of opportunity to further economize and improve the efficiencies in the ways in which we use the space environment. So it is a long way from all being lost at this stage. And indeed, even today, the most prolific users of space, companies such as Planet and SpaceX with the Starlink constellation, are indeed some of the most responsible users of space, far outweighing the examples set by previous generations in the way that they are able to control their spacecraft and design demisability into those spacecraft such that they don't provide a lasting effect on the space environment. So with these arguments, we will use these arguments to support the basic and unmistakable fact that the provision of information and connectivity in such a way that it is unprecedentedly accessible is very much to the benefit of humanitarian and economic considerations on a global scale.
Thanks, Chris. Next, we'll hear from the first speaker for the opposition, Heidi Thiemann.
Okay, so in this debate, we'll be arguing against the opposition, we'll be arguing against the motion. I'm going to be speaking about some of the impacts of mega constellations on optical astronomy. My colleague Robert will speak about the impacts on radio astronomy. Jake will be speaking about space debris, and Andy will tie it up and speak about some of the legal implications that we face. Now, astronomy is one of the oldest sciences and earliest forms of space exploration. It provides humanity with important knowledge about our place in the universe, and it provides critical support to solar system exploration and planetary defense. We believe that the pristine nature of the night sky is a cultural treasure for humankind, and low Earth orbit is actually a critically important natural resource for everyone. In the coming decade, around 100,000 satellites could be launched into low Earth orbit. But what effect will this really have on the field of astronomy, and how will the mega constellations actually affect our telescopes? At Iso Paranal in Chile, one of the darkest and clearest skies on Earth, more than 5,000 satellites will be over the horizon at any given time. Of these, depending on the hour of night and the season, a few hundred to several thousands could be illuminated by the sun and will be potentially detectable. Without proper brightness mitigations, hundreds of these will be visible to the naked eye, and thousands could be visible to telescopes. Wide field facilities, for example, might be particularly affected. With the Vera Rubin Observatory, we will be searching for things that change in the night sky, and our observations really are time critical. If a supernova happens, or asteroids pass close to the Earth, we need to know. So let's take that example of asteroids. From nightly observations over just 3 or 4 nights, we can predict the orbit of an asteroid, and whether it will pass close to or even hit Earth. If just one of those 3 or 4 observations is photobombed by a satellite, it means that we might not actually be able to predict the orbit, and we can never go back and take those observations again. What we're dealing with is a matter of planetary protection. And it's not just a case of being able to unable to observe astronomical targets we're expecting to find. We're continually observing the night sky to detect things we don't even know we don't know about. Back in 2017, astronomers in Chile detected the optical counterpart of a neutron star merger at twilight. It wasn't something they were looking for, but the science impacts of this observation have been huge. Should the night sky become full of satellites, we might never get the opportunity to make such serendipitous discoveries and further the knowledge of humankind. The Vera Rubin Observatory is currently under construction, and it will come online in around 2022. But before it's even been completed, we do know that most of its exposures will be affected by mega constellations. In summer, It's estimated that around 90% of all exposures will have a brightly saturated trail in them. Even where satellites don't saturate an image, we predict that most images will still contain at least one trail. And we are working on mitigations, but they aren't easy or cheap. So for every image contaminated by a satellite trail, on the whole, another image has to be taken. We have increased costs to achieve the same science goals, and the Vera Rubin Observatory alone now has to increase its operational lifetime by around 8 to 10% to mitigate the impacts of the trails, causing an increased cost of millions of dollars. Many argue that SpaceX and others will provide opportunities to cheaply launch space-based telescopes, but that we cannot simply move space-based telescopes or ground-based telescopes to space. The number of telescopes that would have to be in space to compensate for what we already have on Earth would be astronomical, and so is the cost. Hubble alone cost around $5 billion to build and launch, and the James Webb Space Telescope, not yet launched, will cost around $10 billion. By contrast, ground-based telescopes are relatively inexpensive, and the Very Large Telescope costs around $400 million, and for that we get 4 telescopes. So even if we were to pivot to space-based observations only, we come across a number of other issues. Typically, we can't fix telescopes once they're in orbit, and such missions don't have as long a lifetime as ground-based telescopes. Ground-based telescopes last for decades, but by contrast, space-based missions have nominal lifetimes of only a few years due to things like fuel constraints, radiation, and cost. And we know that space-based telescopes also don't escape the impacts of mega constellations, and images taken by Hubble have already been contaminated by satellite trails. Space-based telescopes and ground-based mitigations don't come cheap, and so far, industry hasn't really stepped up to cover any of the costs of a problem that they've created. We worry too that science will be lost for safer technology, which benefits very few. And I know this will probably be tackled in the debate later on, but given the current pricings of Starlink Internet, which is around £440 for setup and around £84 monthly cost, there is not a single country in the world which both satisfies the needs of people and can afford that cost with that price. So until subscription costs are reduced, Constellation Internet will pretty much serve only the most privileged in our society. So the night sky really is incredible, and it belongs to us all. And humanity must find an international approach to manage this amazing natural resource before individual countries and private companies take it over, create irreparable damage. Thanks.
Thanks, Heidi. Next up, we have the second speaker for the proposition, Felix Skidmore.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the prior speakers. In the 21st century, we've seen the immense opportunities that access to the Internet of Things can provide, from communications and connections we form across the world, to also the wealth of knowledge that becomes available to people who never have been able to access it before. Chris spoke about democratization. What does that really mean in this context? So basically, in this sense, I believe it to mean that everyone has the same access to the same information, and that's the goal that we should strive towards. And never have we ever become closer to that opportunity than with global internet and what that would provide. You talk about the night sky being one of ours for everyone, and it truly is, and I will never disagree with that point, but also there are so many things that everyone should have access to that they don't in terms of information. And that's something we need to correct as well. So however, as much as internet access has expanded across the world throughout this century, there are still many places in the developing world and in developed countries, even in the UK and Spain, Germany, where they don't have the same access to connection and internet that we do in big cities such as London. And in this connected world, we should have a push for everyone to have, the push for everyone to have an access to this sort of access, this information is something that I know a lot of others believe is something that needs to follow on behind the basic necessities such as food, shelter, healthcare. And in fact, the UN also agrees. The UN Article 9 refers to the right for everyone to have freedom to seek, receive, and impart ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. And the global pandemic has only highlighted the importance of how internet provides and helps provide this access. Reaching the remote places and making sure that they have the same access that we do, or in the Western big cities, is something that a LEO communications constellation with global coverage, like OneWeb, Starlink, or any of the other proposals, is something that is something that it can provide and support. And it can do it in ways that no other previous communications
Can I
can.
make a point of information? Do you mind? I was just going to ask about the
Go for it.
obviously of the incomes in the least developed countries, and how the Starlink subscription as it stands is really a very, very substantial amount of an average annual income. So it's democratizing it perhaps, but mostly for fairly wealthy people in the developed world rather than the global south. Heidi,
That is
this actually recently.
And I will never disagree with that. I agree Starlink at its point now is not what we need. But it would be, I guess, a misunderstanding to expect that right at the beginning, everything is super affordable. We saw that with access to transportation, with the car, with the plane. Right from the beginning, not everyone has access to it. I wish it was another way, but unfortunately, in order to make these drives down to lower costs, we need to start first and work out how to lower costs. And we see that already with the way that these larger constellations of satellites have forced us to change our ways of manufacturing satellites, make them more affordable, and make it so that more people can buy them. I know companies like Open Cosmos also talk about democratizing access to space, allowing smaller organizations to get access to this the ability to build these satellites. And that wouldn't come without the drive from bigger companies building bigger constellations for a lower cost. To get back to my other point, Article 26 of the UN also refers to the right of everyone to education and to also promote the understanding and friendship of different nations, racial or religious groups. Education itself is the silver bullet, as everyone has said before, and I completely believe it is. The quality of someone's education is ultimately defined by the amount of information they have access to. And that is previously limited by what physical information, such as school, or whether it's in London, or whether it's in a small village in sub-Saharan Africa, and what physical information they have. By pushing that information that the web provides, the access to every part of human knowledge that we've previously discovered, it gives everyone, whether they're someone growing up in a city in the West or a village in sub-Saharan Africa, the same access, or would give them the same access, putting everyone on the same playing field, which is what we should really all be aiming for, and try and push ourselves towards making it. Because all these problems that Heidi has proposed and previous and Robert brings up and will always get brought up around this question, the way to solve them is by working together. And the more minds we get working on it, and the more minds we inspire and help connect together, will make the big difference in solving these big questions, from my perspective, and I know from other people's. Thank you.
Thanks, Felix. Next up, we'll hear from the second speaker for the opposition, Robert Massey.
All right, well, thank you to everyone for this cordial debate, and I know it's a subject of great interest to all of us on this call, and thank you to UK SETS for organising it, to Zaria for chairing it. My colleague Heidi has set out the concerns of optical astronomers and space scientists and those who care about the night sky, but our science is not just limited by that. The impact of the satellite nebula constellation goes far beyond that. It's wider than that impact of the view of the stars. Less visible is the effect on astronomy beyond optical wavelengths. Our second serious concern is on the viability of radio astronomy, where we detect the faintest of signals from objects in space to understand the nature, origin, and evolution of the universe. Now, this is less than a century old, dating from the 1930s, and the UK is one of the world leaders, embodied by facilities like Jodrell Bank in Cheshire, set up in the 1950s. And in that short time, radio astronomers have made seminal contributions like the detection of the cosmic microwave background, which helped confirm the Big Bang theory, and more recently created the first close-up image of the shadow of a black hole. And perhaps ironically, the extraordinary time standards that they need make satellite communications possible. It's a serendipitous discovery that resulted. And in a coup for the UK, as you know, Jodrell Bank now hosts the headquarters of the Square Kilometre Array, with 24 nations working together to build the most sensitive radio observatory ever constructed, set to start work later this decade. and it will have thousands of antennae distributed across remote regions of Australia and Southern Africa. It should help us answer some of the biggest questions in science, like looking back to the time when the very first stars and galaxies were born, attempting to find evidence for molecules like amino acids between the stars, hints of life, perhaps even, if we're extraordinarily lucky, finding extraterrestrial signals, and testing Einstein's general theory of relativity to its limits. These are big science questions, and radio telescopes are simply astonishing tools for doing this. They detect signals that are billions of times fainter than those sent to Earth from satellites in mega constellations, and they could even pick up a mobile phone on the moon. And until now, we relied on groups like the International Telecommunications Union to protect our bits of the radio spectrum for science. And we could put observatories in remote sites and have local agreements to protect them from radio interference. But with mega constellations, that becomes very much harder. To put it in perspective, it could mean a 50-fold increase in the number of satellites deployed in low Earth orbit by the end of this decade. And even on the most optimistic estimates, you could still see as many as 400 in a typical field of view of a radio observatory at any time. And unlike at optical wavelengths, the problem is that it's not just that they're lit by the sun, but the tenuous side signals in these are detected by observatories. It's extremely difficult to avoid them. As I mentioned, that was done previously by locating them in remote sites. You can't do that with objects in space. It's also, we hear about responsible space and responsible space policies from operators, and perhaps SpaceX, OneWeb and AST will be good on this, but will China, will every state, every company behave as well? There is a precedent where the older Iridium constellation, with far fewer satellites than new systems, transmits in a protected band, despite formal complaints, and it blocks observations that previously radio astronomers were able to make. And this is a much smaller, older system. Now, I will finish just by saying this isn't the first time we've campaigned to save our ability to study the wider universe. In 1963, the US launched Project West Forward, which was an attempt to create an artificial ring of copper needles 3,500 kilometers up for radio communications. And on that occasion, the Soviet Union disparaged it as a contamination of space. And my own organization, the Royal Astronomical Society, protested because we knew it would disrupt science. Most of those needles have long since re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, but some remain there to this day. Now, are there and will there be efforts by astronomers to mitigate that interference and allow radio astronomy to continue? Of course there will. Will this solve the problem? Unlikely. And it adds a huge overhead to public projects where many nations have invested billions of pounds because they recognize the public value of fundamental research in astronomy and space science, how it leads to those serendipitous discoveries, and crucially, how it inspires us all. And that's why it's worthy of protection.
Thanks, Robert. Next up, we have the third speaker for the proposition, Steve Gibson.
Everybody, my name's Steve Gibson. I work for AST Space Mobile here in the UK. Space Mobile, we're currently in process of building a LEO constellation of 170 satellites, whose object is to connect directly to the phone in your pocket today to bring you affordable 2G, 3G, 4G and 5G services seamlessly with your local mobile network operator. So I'm here to talk about the specific benefits of having these constellations. I think we're all aware that they're all in some way or other related to connectivity and expanding it to the whole of the population of our planet today. Whether it's AST with Space Mobile, Starlink or OneWeb or these sorts of things. So what can they do for us in terms of this? Well, looking for the UN sustainability goals, they've identified that connectivity is sort of key to the growth in the world. It's generated over 360 billion of GDP in the last 5 years. It's created 5 million jobs. It's generated a greenhouse gas benefit of 10 times saving in greenhouse gases more than its own footprint. However, there are gaps, and these are problems. Today on the planet, there are 3.3 billion people who do not have connectivity to the internet. Of those, 700 million people have no access at all. And in the UK itself, there are 1.75 million people who don't have any access to a signal. They're predominantly based in rural areas, so if you're thinking north of Scotland, rural Ulster, Lake District, Cornwall, even parts of Essex, there are people that don't have a signal and therefore are restricted in how they interact with government or the people, organisations they need to work with it. So our aim in life is to how can we fix this and address it. And the constellation using space is one of these ways to go. So I'm going to talk a bit about 4 specific aspects of how this can really help us moving forward. So first of all, in terms of government, there's been it enables governments to connect more with their citizens in terms of their policies, benefits they're bringing, regulations that are being brought in. And we can see this personally in these times of pandemics, where governments become very reactive to how the virus has moved through society in terms of regulations it's brought in, how it's had to try and control our lives, where historically none of us have ever experienced such a thing in our lives. And I personally have seen one of the benefits of connectivity that's come from this in terms of last week. I received a text from my local GP inviting me in for my first vaccine shot, which I've now had, which is great. However, if I lived in one of the areas I spoke about, like in rural Scotland, Ulster, these sorts of things, this would not be happening. I'd have to wait for a letter to come through the post, or it's, if you're online through your telephone cable, which is not fast in these sorts of areas, then can you get online to either receive the email or to go through some sort of portal to book a slot. So the whole thing's a lot slower for those involved in those sort of interactions with government and all the other opportunities to cover. The second opportunity is really about growth opportunities for people this sort of creates. And I'm thinking that as part of Space Mobile, our first sort of phase will be the equatorial countries of the world. And one of these areas is sub-Saharan Africa, a place of great challenges if you live there. And a lot of people, it motivates them because of the lack of opportunity there for economic growth and therefore to build a successful life there. Will get up and take the challenge of walking and traveling across the Sahara with all the risks involved to get to the Libyan coast, to then employ or give the last of your funds to somebody to get you in a leaky boat to cross the Mediterranean, to get into Italy, to try and get to France, or to get to the UK. This is a huge challenge that the world has to face in terms of large groups of people migrating for economic opportunity and how to control it and how to encourage people to stay where they are. Connectivity allows you to do that. For example, you can be a farmer. Today, you travel to the market, you arrive late, you end up being a price taker for what you have to sell. Through connectivity, you can know when you need to be there to take advantage of the best price. And if you have a higher price, you have a higher income, you can then invest either in new plants to improve your crop yields, these sorts of opportunities, and you begin to get the wheel of economic growth to turn and grow opportunities for people who then no longer feel the need to travel. There's been other projects enacted which have really benefited from connectivity. One's the M-Pesa scheme in Uganda and Kenya, with 18 million people now have their bank in their mobile phone. So whenever they get cash, they can go and deposit it and it comes onto their phone and then they can use it. Really connects them. It's like creating banking for the unbanked. It's a huge piece of financial services that people really benefit from.
Thanks, Steve. Next, we'll hear from the third speaker for the opposition, Jake Gear.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jacob Gear from the UK Space Agency, and me and my team monitor the Alta environment 7 days a week, looking for collisions between satellites and space debris. And I'm here to tell you today that the growth of satellites and space debris in orbit is unsustainable. The constellations that are proposed to go into orbit soon are entering an environment which is polluted, unsustainable, and rapidly escalating out of control. The European Space Agency estimates there are currently 2,700 working satellites in orbit. The constellations you're hearing about today will add to that number 5-fold or 10-fold if their plans come to fruition. SpaceX looking for several thousands or possibly tens of thousands of satellites, OneWeb and others the same. They are entering an environment which is already polluted, as I say. So alongside the 2,700 odd working satellites, ESA estimate there are 128 million, pieces of debris larger than a coin, so pieces of space debris big enough to knock out a working satellite. And that's debris that we can't easily track with our radars, our telescopes, our lasers, and our space-based sensors. There are some larger pieces, so I think of just the number of rocket bodies in space, there are around 2,000 discarded rocket stages, and around about 900,000 fragments larger than a coin, but smaller than a tennis ball. That's to give you the idea of the scale of the numbers of things whizzing around orbit at a speed that can knock out a satellite. And into that environment, the mega constellations are proposing to introduce tens of thousands of new objects. So either satellites of theirs or the debris that their launches may create. I grant that not all launches will create debris in future. My point to you is that extra pollution worth it? Is that a risk that extra pollution will cause to current satellites, so making current satellites' jobs harder to avoid collisions, introducing the risks of further collisions, worth what they are offering? And let me say this to you. Is the risk of denying space to future generations through something called the Kessler effect, a chain reactions of collisions in key orbits, which means that that orbit becomes so polluted you can no longer access it or use it with your satellite? Is that worth what these constellations are offering to you? We are uncertain at the moment if there are enough rules of the world, rules of the international forums to govern space activity. At the moment, we need to make sure that spacecraft can avoid each other, can stop making the space pollution work. The constellations being launched or proposing have some rules to live by. They have some guidelines. They have corporate responsibility. That's fantastic. There's no enforceable rules, unlike the rules of the world here on the Earth, to make them actually live by those guidelines. We have the UN long-term sustainability guidelines, a great example. They took 9 years to get agreed, and they're already out of date, with things like a 25-year rule for deorbiting no longer sufficient to protect the orbital environment. And until those international rules catch up with what industry and constellation companies are proposing to do, which are fantastic and innovative schemes, I agree, the risk of adding to the space debris problem is just too great. I've talked about that chain reaction of orbital events. I've talked about the growing risk of collisions. At the moment, I monitor, me and my team, about 450 potential orbital collisions a month involving just UK licensed objects. That has gone up from a couple of hundred just 2 years ago, and I expect that to go up again. And I ask you, all of my colleagues, do the risks of denying the use of our orbit to everyone in the future generation outweigh the benefits these constellations are offering to you? I would say they do. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Wrapping up the debate for the proposition, we have Phil Allen.
So thank you everyone for inviting me to this. And I'd like to summarise first the statements for the motion and then answer the arguments against the motion. So the statement for the motion was basically space drives humanitarian experience and benefit. It provides access to information, not just access to information, but it provides information to people such that they can enjoy the same benefits that the Western society has enjoyed for decades now. We argue that the use of mega constellations will enhance and drive the technical sort of capabilities of humanity. As we pointed out, the right to education, the right to information is written into the UN Charter on Human Rights. And the fastest way to achieve connectivity for the vast majority of the world is through large constellations of telecommunication satellites. And none of this is even touched on the benefits brought to humanity by constellations such as the ones operated by Planet Labs, which measure environmental impact. They provide vital inputs to forestry management and emergency management that assist proper on-the-ground efforts to save lives and enhance capabilities of in-theatre assets. So to answer the opposition's arguments, astronomy is the oldest form of space exploration, and the night sky belongs to everyone. It does belong to everyone, but how many people directly benefit from observations of distant supernovae? The costs associated with moving optical or even radio astronomy into orbit will come down. And the technology that drives the constellations is the technology that will drive that cost down. So arguing against it is almost arguing against the advancement of your own scientific instruments. Missions such as Sunrise already moving radio observations up into low Earth orbit, and fundamentally, the argument against about space traffic management is missing the point almost, that space is a global resource, but it's regulated by national bodies. The only way we can overcome that is by applying a global body to regulate what is a global resource, and the challenge involved in that can only drive further international cooperation, collaboration, which breaks down the sort of barriers between nations and makes the world order that much more stable and a more conducive place to live. So it has advantages across the political, technical, and scientific spectrums.
Thanks, Phil. And wrapping up the debate for the opposition, we have Andy Williams.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the speakers for this very interesting debate. So I'm going to start by rebutting the points of the for motion. So the speakers spoke of the democratization of knowledge as a human right, and there are many fantastic examples that they mentioned, such as the company Planet providing Earth observation, and this is indeed fantastic. However, the main uses of the satellite mega constellation projects belong to private corporations to provide internet to customers, to paying customers, and this doesn't quite meet yet the criteria for democratization of space at this current time. Speakers also mentioned that everyone having access to the same information is a kind of goal of this democratization, yet ultimately the ability to access this knowledge as a user depends on an ability to pay, and as a country it depends on a certain technological capability in being able to access it. The second main point was in general about the access to knowledge. So speakers acknowledge that linking together constellations with internet and existing information structures will increase the efficiency of information dissemination in the world. It will complement terrestrial systems, provide level playing fields for exchanges of knowledge, and providing values to governments in providing public service. And this is all true. There is immense value of internet to the world, and speakers repeatedly mentioned the benefits to developing areas and remote areas. Yet we know that some industry analyses show that the access costs exceed the ability of certain developing countries to pay, and also the available bandwidth of certain constellations can't actually support the overall cost of the system itself. The speaker did recognise that early technologies in their early stages are more generally costly at the start, and then use and adoption eventually brings the cost down. Yet, why should this occur while threatening the use of low Earth orbit for everyone on the planet for decades or hundreds of years due to space debris? And what happens if the costs don't come down or the companies fail? Who will deal with cleaning up thousands or tens of thousands of these objects? So unless we have a rigorous regulatory system in place that can really manage these incentives and the distribution of negative externalities, there will be all the negatives and none of the positives. And of course, we should point out that there are still many other ground-based communication options, optical fiber, 5G, cables that can still provide equal, if not better solutions without this danger to low Earth orbit. Now, some of the The speakers before mentioned that space drives international collaboration and coordination. This is true in general, but so do all global businesses to some extent, and they also drive rivalry. And it's been interesting to note that several countries have banned access to certain constellations from their citizens. And there's also this connection to militarization of space. And we feel that the motion 4 was somewhat utopian about the overall benefits of these systems. And in fact, the CEO of SpaceX has himself said that Starlink is about funding a mission to Mars. It's not really about meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So these are not good arguments to support large constellations of satellites that occupy large swaths of low Earth orbit. So we have recognized that the pristine nature of the dark sky is a cultural treasure for humankind, and humanity has repeated examples of destroying our own environment, sometimes without realizing it and sometimes with full knowledge. And the danger of space debris is a known risk that affects literally everyone on the planet for possibly centuries. Astronomy is one of the oldest sciences. It provides a connection for humanity with its place in the universe. It's critical to support some aspects of planetary defense. And provides knowledge to humanity without access costs. And it's also an important way for developing countries to experience space exploration and develop their own national capabilities. And it's simply not feasible to replace all ground-based astronomy with space-based platforms. So we must recognize that low Earth orbit is a critically important common pool resource for humanity, and that we need to find an international approach to manage this amazing natural resource before individual countries and private companies essentially take it over and create irreparable damage to low Earth orbit. And if I may quote Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty, there shall be freedom of scientific investigation in outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, and states shall facilitate and encourage international cooperation in such investigation. And we could argue that satellite constellations are in some danger of preventing this freedom of scientific investigation envisaged by the Outer Space Treaty. So we argue that the risks overall outweigh the potential benefits, and our cases rest.
Thank you to both sides for presenting persuasive and considered arguments. You should now see a link to the poll on your screen and in the chat, where you can vote for the team which you thought had the most persuasive arguments. While you vote, I have a final question for our participants. Obviously, due to the polarizing nature of the debate, it split teams into two opposing sides, but this does not accurately represent the complexity of the issue or how we're planning to resolve this. Can you explain how we're currently trying to solve this challenge?
Hi everyone, Chris Brunskill here again, speaking on behalf of the proposition team. Obviously we felt that there was a need for an epilogue discussion after the debate, because the scope of the motion really is a lot more nuanced than the format allowed us to go into, and ultimately the requirement will be for everybody to work collaboratively together on the responsible use of space. What we are seeing is that there is a general movement towards this, and in general, most of the issues that we have raised can be addressed with engineering solutions. There aren't any fundamental reasons why we can't have multiple different disciplines and profiles of users of space in LEO and beyond working together in harmony. That being said, we do need to ensure that we are using space responsibly into the future, and we continue to focus on developing the capabilities to best respond to these needs of all those users that wish to access space in their different ways. And what we've seen is even today there is significant public and private investment into the technologies needed to maintain the existing infrastructure, to mitigate the need for future infrastructure on orbit, and indeed ultimately to deorbit any spacecraft or objects on orbit in LEO and otherwise that are no longer needed in order to keep the environment accessible and functional for the current generation and for future generations to come. In parallel to that, we're also seeing development of the regulatory environment We're in this strange situation where actually a robust and developing regulatory infrastructure is also needed to ensure that all commercial users and institutional and national users of space have the equal opportunity and rights in order to use space in an even and a fair way. So the increased use of LEO in more recent times, particularly for larger constellations, is in fact driving the demand for the future development of regulations, and indeed we're seeing that today in various countries, including the UK, where the regulators are working to ensure that the environment that they're creating, the regulatory environment, is useful for all users and representative of what the commercial industry needs, in addition to institutional activities as well. So despite that, we do also see precedents for the responsible use of space. The larger constellations that we're starting to see deployed all have the capability to deorbit themselves. So there is a drive towards this collaborative approach. At the moment, it's still being relatively early days in the grand scheme of things. This is somewhat ad hoc, and ultimately what we will probably need to see is a coordinated effort to come to a global consensus on how to use space fairly and equitably across all nations and people on Earth. And there are some analogies you can draw to the climate crisis and the use of plastics or the poor disposal of plastics. These are not necessarily issues that are changing our lives immediately, directly today, but they may do towards the near future, and indeed certainly for our subsequent generations. So the opportunity now exists to ensure that LEO and space in general is accessible to future generations. But I just want to close by saying that the use of space is a hard one to contemplate when you're a human on the ground. You can look up at the sky and see that it is quite quiet, quite open. There's vast amounts of space there, and wonder how it's too busy to be used in the way that we're currently using it. But we simply don't have the ability as individual humans to contemplate or to process how that looks over extended durations of time. And if you are in a position to represent that in a more tangible way, then it's quite easy to see that the use of space is indeed an extremely active area, and we will need to work to come together to continue ensuring that everybody has the use and the expanded use of LEO and deeper into space as well.
So this debate format has been really instructive to focus the arguments, but in reality, this is very complex. So how are we trying to solve this challenge? Well, the astronomy community, through its national societies, major observatories, and the International Astronomical Union, have been taking a number of steps. So number one, we have understood in quantitative terms the impacts on astronomy. We've done simulations and we've looked at the impacts on science. Number two, we have raised awareness of the issue. So we've been holding workshops, talks, some debates like this one. There's been a lot of media attention, and we've made contact with the relevant government officials, regulators, and of course industry. And on this point, this is number three, we've worked together with industry, particularly some of the major space companies such as SpaceX and OneWeb. And through this collaborative effort, and we really appreciate that, we've learned a lot about the parameter space of solutions and understood things like, how brightness reduction measures can work on the industry side, and what sort of data we need from industry to mitigate as much as possible any impacts. In some cases, observatories are working with industry under non-disclosure agreements, which allows more in-depth collaboration on technical matters. And again, this industry collaboration is very much appreciated, but overall, this isn't a sustainable solution. It depends on the goodwill of operators, and there's nothing to compel any company to work with us. So this gets to the fourth point, which perhaps is the hardest, is to address the policy and regulation. And I think the root of the issue here is that there's never been any national or international regulation about the visual appearance of the night sky, with the exception of a US law about space advertising. So on this policy topic, national societies such as the Royal Astronomical Society here in the UK are in touch with the relevant government agencies. Then we have a couple of working groups coming up in the US community actually looking at these policy topics. And we are also taking the issue to the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. So this is the UN committee that deals with the Outer Space Treaty, and it's really the appropriate international forum to raise this issue. So in April of this year, the International Astronomical Union, with the support of ESO and other observatories and countries, will bring this issue to the committee in the form of a paper. So we've made some policy recommendations that are science-based, they're very pragmatic, and they were developed with the support of industry. So the aim is that this UN committee will adopt these recommendations, and then this provides some guidelines and a template that national regulators can eventually adopt. And by having it addressed at this international level, this will really contribute to the raising of awareness about the subject. So finally, I think it's important to recognise that states have an important and very valid strategic interest in these constellation projects, and they are ultimately responsible for finding a balance between these promising technological developments and ensuring that the space environment is maintained and sustainable, and that any impacts on other disciplines such as astronomy are minimised.
Excellent answers, leaving us on a much more positive and hopeful note for the future. Again, I'd like to say a really big thank you to all of our participants. It genuinely has been a very interesting discussion. Hope you've all enjoyed the debate. Don't forget to vote in a poll, and if you head over to the Space Debates channel on our Discord chat, you can ask any of our participants questions. We're now going to take a short break, followed by our panel on space entrepreneurship on this stream, and talks on machine learning and astronomy and solar flares on stream 1.
Hi everyone. Next up, we have a panel discussion on space entrepreneurship with our amazing chair, Anushka Sharma. This panel is going to bring together industry experts to discuss the future of the space sector, as well as challenges, opportunities, and different avenues that entrepreneurs can get into the industry. Don't forget to submit questions on the Nebula platform on the right-hand side. And with that, over to you, Anushka.
Thank you so much. And I'm just going to ask Aaron, if you wouldn't mind just muting. I think we've got a bit of background noise. Thank you so much. It's so awesome to be here. Armin, thank you for bringing us all together. My name is Anushka Sharma. I'm the founder of Naught and co-founder of the London Space Network. I'm here to take you through our panel on space entrepreneurship, which has experience across building and launching rockets to applying Earth observation data and helping startups to scale, amongst many other things. While I'm in this role of panel chair today, I'm wearing two hats, and I'd love to sprinkle my own experience of being a solopreneur and work across the space sector, as well as co-founding the London Space Network. That was set up specifically to strengthen the UK space sector by providing monthly networking meetups. Sadly, not so much during COVID, but I'm sure we'll be back hopefully later this year. I'm a connector technology generalist, and I've focused on AI and deep technology for space applications. I build communities and partnerships across space and technology ecosystems, and I champion diversity and inclusion. I've worked with the NASA Frontier Development Lab. I've been a mentor and judge for the NASA Space Apps Challenge, and I've brought space to the London Tech Week agenda officially last year. Joining me on our panel today, we have Lucy Kennedy, who is the CEO of Spotted. Hi. Spotted is an Earth observation company, and Lucy is one of three co-founders. Spotted is an innovative Harwell-based startup which is pioneering self-service satellite analytics for the energy, environment, and infrastructure sectors. Since 2014, Lucy has taken Spotted from an idea through to successful development with grant funding from the European Space Agency to a commercially available service with its first paying clients. Her early career, which I'd love to dive more into, post her master's in chemical engineering from Cambridge University, encompassed 16 years of project and operations management with FMCG, that's fast moving consumer goods, engineering and manufacturing, followed by consulting across Western Europe. Lucy would describe herself as somebody who's grown into, as opposed to being born into entrepreneurship. It's something I echo as well. We also have Ben Jarvis, who is the founder of Raptor Aerospace. Hi, Ben. He is coming from an engineering background. Ben has always been someone with a strong focus for doing rather than talking about space. He's become involved in amateur rocketry over 30 years ago and went on to work for a large number of commercial rocketry jobs in the late 90s and early noughties, before finally setting up Raptor Space to develop rocket technologies full-time around 3 years ago. Raptor has now grown to over 10 employees, and is developing suborbital rockets and space-related UAVs and propulsion technologies to advance UK space capabilities. And finally, but definitely not least, we have Paul Singh Bhatia. Hi, Paul. Now, Paul is an ESA Business Applications Regional Ambassador and is the General Manager of the Geospatial Research Applications Centre, aka GRACE, at the University of Nottingham. He has been involved in supporting the development of many successful technology startups and was the co-founder and CEO of a very successful geospatial surveying company. He has mentored and provided expert technical and commercial consultancy to a multitude of businesses and organizations, and he's provided leadership to a range of multinational projects. He was an overall winner of the prestigious Copernicus Masters competition and is a dedicated and passionate ambassador for the European Space Agency Business Applications. Now, before we begin, I'd just love to set the scene, because with the rising numbers of affordable rocket launch payloads, the increase of space funding and the public desire for space exploration, entrepreneurship in the space industry is more accessible now more than ever before. But what does it take to become an entrepreneur in the space sector? What can we make of your business to make sure it stands out to the investors amongst the growing crowd of space technology companies, as well as the newly formed startups who are pushing forward innovative ideas and solutions to space's biggest problems? We have to look to where our industry is headed and how the privatization of our sector is going to shape that forwards. So we invite you to send your questions in to us. We're going to go into a bit of a conversation now. We'd encourage you to get involved. And let me just kick off to our lovely panel. How are you all doing?
Very well.
Great.
Fab.
Well.
Now, I obviously appreciate that I read out your stories and kind of let everyone know about who you are. I'd love to give you an opportunity, if there's anything I've missed or something that you're working on more imminently at the moment that you'd like to share, to take this opportunity. If there's anyone, I can kick off with our first question.
Oh, you off.
Well, you know what, Lucy, like, as I was mentioning when I read out your intro, like, you have had an interesting path and career into the space sector, and you didn't start off in the sector. Could you tell us a bit about that? Because you're now a founder of an Earth observation company, and yet your story didn't start in space. How did that come about?
The story didn't start in space at all. Well, I was good at maths, physics, chemistry, and all that stuff, and went into chemical engineering, and had a wonderful time working for Procter & Gamble, manufacturing crisps and washing powder. Sounds very sexy, doesn't it? And I thought that was what I was going to do for the rest of my life, and then other things came in place. So I always feel a bit of a fraud when I'm invited to these events, because I didn't have a decent business idea until I was over 40, and I'm 47 now. But it just goes to show that there is a lot of support, and a way into entrepreneurship is to gather your skills in other areas first, and you don't have to dive into this straight away.
Yeah, now I'd love to come to you, Ben, as well, because you have obviously been passionate about the rocket side of what you've been building for your own company. How did your idea from your amateur kind of love for building rockets progress to where you are today over time?
I suppose it was sort of the convergence of two parallel paths. So on one hand, as you say, I've been sort of interested personally in building and launching rockets for just over 30 years now. I've also I spent most of the last 20 years setting up and running my own businesses, though not in any way space related. I used to run an electronic musical instrument business, and then I set up a toy design business, so completely random stuff. So I was sort of, for my job, learning how to run a company and find customers and find a niche in a market where I could make money, and in my spare time learning how to design and build rockets. And it was only a few years ago, as the boom in sort of UK launch interest really sort of kicked off, and everyone was sort of suddenly realized that the UK needed some experience in actually building and launching rockets, that those two things finally combined, and it was the moment at which I sort of realized, oh, actually I could use my experience from running companies and selling products and my experience in building rockets, combine the two and get paid to build rockets. So it was sort of a happy conjunction of two paths at that point, I suppose.
Yeah, I really love it when it's passion-led, that you can drive that force in your life and kind of everything sort of comes together with the experience you've attributed. And Paul, you've kind of got also like a parallel track where you're supporting startups and scale-ups. You've also been on the other end of it, and you're doing so much. Like, can you tell us about your story and how you can best be placed right now in helping our audience with their future space entrepreneurship careers, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, you asked for extra things as well. I'm actually managing director of a geospatial solutions startup, which was started in January 2020. I'll tell you a little bit about my story. So I graduated as a mechanical engineer. A similar kind of story to Lucy in a way. I just wanted to work in the automotive industry. And that's what I did for a while. Graduated way back in the 90s. If anybody can remember those, if anybody is listening, was so I moved into the space industry about 15 years ago and started working at the University of Nottingham about 12 years ago. And the link there is something called GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite Systems, or satellite navigation. So I was working with loads of people, startups, academics, businesses, running competitions, helping them to develop their own ideas and their own businesses, and lots of projects. And that inspired me, all that work, that back in 2014, with an academic from the University of Nottingham, we decided to spin our own company out from the University of Nottingham, and we were developing a novel EO, Earth observation technology, to monitoring ground motion, essentially. We entered a competition. There's lots of competitions out there that can help people to get started and on their way, called the Copernicus Masters. We came first out of about 180 entrants. That gave us even more confidence. And eventually, after about a year, we managed to spin a company out from the University of Nottingham. We continued to grow that through a mixture of loans and also with some innovation funding, so some funding from Innovate UK, you may have heard of, contracts from the European Space Agency, and also commercial contracts, which are the most important things. So mainly working with the planning industry, construction companies, and oil and gas. So I started a new geospatial solutions company, which is currently pre-revenue, and I started to work as a regional ambassador for the European Space Agency from January of 2020 as well, continuing to help people build their own businesses and achieve commercial success.
Gosh, I'm blown away by all of you. And it's I also work in the space sector, and I fell into it about 6 years ago when I got chosen by NASA to attend the launch of a satellite in California. And at that time, I was working in the startup ecosystem in London, turning a 20,000 square foot space into a workable office space and then curating it full of startups. But the reason why I got selected by NASA at that time was because I'd been a science communicator on Twitter and had built up my sort of like social media platform there. And that to me was the moment that made me realize that I didn't necessarily have to work in the space sector, or that I could work in the space sector, but I didn't have to be a rocket scientist or potentially have like a strong technical background. And that was like the beginning of the chain of events of where I am today. And it's so interesting because like all of the skills that you've all kind of like been through, I think it'd be really good to know for our audience, like what is the one piece of advice if someone has an idea about creating a space company, like what was that thing that you needed that helped you the most, that began the journey that you've been on? Ben, if I come to you first.
All right, I'm going to kick things off by being really controversial. So number one piece of advice for someone interested in start creating their own space company is don't, unless you are absolutely certain that you have found a niche where that product or service that you are developing is required. I think there's, and I count myself when I make this accusation, there are a lot of people who start space startups because they want to be doing the thing that startup is going to be doing, whether that's designing and building rocket engines or working with satellites or whatever. And although having that passion to do something that you're excited about and interested in, you've got to take a step back and say, as much as I would love to be getting paid to do this thing, is there really a market for it? Is there really people out there who are going to pay a lot of money for this thing? Is it sufficiently needed? So that would be my thoughts on that one.
Lisa, you wanted to say something there, like.
Well, then I'll agree with Ben, and I'll build on that to say, okay, once you've managed to validate your idea, let's say with some potential customers, and you're pretty sure you've got a niche in the market, you've probably still got to work out your product market fit. We're all doing that endlessly. Don't throw in the day job straight away. There are lots of ways that you can progress an idea through accelerators, through grant funding. There are also quite a number of organisations that will allow you to work 4 or even 3 days a week on your idea and will actually support you doing that. So the Satellite Applications Catapult is one of them. So don't throw it all away. Make a plan. Make sure you're okay and taken care of when you start this journey.
Paul, over to you. Yeah.
So I'm going to say the opposite to Ben and Lucy. I'm going to say space is a new frontier, right? I mean, there's so much interest and so much money. If you've got an idea and you're passionate about it and you believe in it and you've got a niche that you can get into, that's important. Just go for it. So I would say go for it, because space is a new frontier. I mean, people like, everybody looks up to Elon Musk. He was the richest man in the world up until quite recently. I mean, he's changed the face of the space industry, right, by having these rockets, the commercial launches, so many satellites going into space, so many small satellites and CubeSats. So I would say go for it, but obviously, you know, Ben and Lucy are right. You need a plan, you need a market, you validate that market, you need to hit a niche just as you would for any business, really. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult.
So I'm going to unite you all, hopefully, and I'm gonna say to anyone who is maybe still at university or in their first job or going through a graduate scheme, and it's potentially not even in the space sector, there are some awesome things called hackathons that you can attend, and they are ways where you meet similar like-minded people to come together, and some of them are space related, like the NASA Space Apps Challenge, which has global people that can join from all around the world. And what that does in the first sense is introduce you to the networking community that are as passionate about a topic and finding solutions, but they also all share different skill sets, right? So you can be a marketing person, or you can be a business person, but you can also be the engineer or the designer, or the person with the idea that pitches and builds a team. And it's a great way that then builds on what, Lucy, you mentioned, the incubator model and accelerator model, which is where you're rapidly prototyping an idea in an incubator, testing it, and the accelerator is really where you then take that to the next step. But then you've got where Paul is at and where you all are at, really, where you're like actually then have a viable idea and you're building it. It's making money, or you're pre-funding, you've proven the business case, and there's a journey that comes to that. But I'd love to know what your biggest challenges have been to date, because you've achieved so much, but I'm sure that hasn't come with lots of like bumps on the road. Like, what have been those things that have happened? Paul, let me come to you.
So I would agree with you that hackathons, well, I mean, not ignoring your question, so I would say that hackathons are really good. And you mentioned something, Anushka, which is really interesting. You know, I've been involved in a lot of hackathons and organised quite a few. And the important element there is actually to have the commercial person who can join those threads together. So you tend to, at hackathons, get a lot of techies who are, you know, good at programming and want to solve problems and issues, but actually finding a use for that piece of technology and all of those things is quite important. So the marketing, the business side is really important. So the biggest challenges facing us was, well, for me, I kind of followed Lucy's advice without her giving it to me. I didn't give up my day job, and I haven't given up my day job. I'm still at the university, and that was always a problem for me. Although my business partner, we split ways in January 2020. That's why I'm in this new company, Geospatial Ventures, as well. I'm still shareholder in that company, but not on the board anymore. But he left, and he was 100% into that business. And I think probably the biggest issue for us was getting the exposure, getting funding as well, and getting we were spinning out a company from the university. So actually getting the buy-in of the university to believe us. We thought we won this competition, so we're great. You know, we've just been validated by everyone. They should support us, but they wanted us to do a business plan, flipping heck. So we had to write a business plan, and we had to edit it. I don't know, 4 or 5 times, even more than that, multiple presentations. And then what kind of sealed the deal for us with the university was there was a scheme from Innovate UK where they gave 50% of the funding, but only if you could get 50% of the funding to start that process from somewhere else. And we managed to convince the university to give us a loan. So, so the biggest issues were probably for us, you know, just getting validation of our concept and our idea, and getting their initial funding to get going. But, you know, I would say that as well, I mean, you know, this fear of failure is something which kind of dogs people down. And if you look at anybody's story, you know, what they're going to say is don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't plan to make mistakes, obviously, plan for success, but learn from whatever you do and just keep going, and you'll find a way, basically.
How about yourself, Lucy? What kind of hurdles have you had to overcome?
Right. So I resonate with some of what Paul said, is, you know, you start a company, you get this title, right? So I'm CEO, doesn't that sound cool? And that means that I just deal with everything. And a company has to grow to a certain point before you can have admin support, before you can have this, before you can get that. So you find yourself supposedly being a jack of all trades. And so you do have days, you think, gosh, you know, am I enough? Am I good enough for the HR side? Have I understood the legal aspects? Can I do this? Can I do that? And can I have time to be good at the things that I'm good at? I think when I say this, I'm talking about spot it and I have seen the same in a lot of other sort of space startups, is we're really good at our tech. That's often the place where we've come from and where we've grown from. But at the end of the day, you need to sell your product. And certainly in our side at the beginning, among our 3 co-founders, we didn't have the person in the room that loved selling on the commercial side. So do keep an eye on that. That's a challenge for startup companies. And then money, cash flow. You live and you die by that, and there is lots of financial support out there, but it's you have to do the rounds and you have to do the work, and that can be quite draining, and you have to be quite resilient.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I hear a lot of comments around access to funding, particularly when you're a startup and you're not necessarily into the grant process. Sometimes people hire experts that come in, but not everyone can afford a consultant that's your, grant filler-inner, so to speak. But Ben, let me come to you, because obviously building and launching rockets is so exciting, and obviously there comes with lots of challenges and expense there. I mean, tell us about your experiences, like.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, in answer to the whole what was the biggest challenge thing, I was going to say almost exactly the same thing as Lucy. The biggest thing, certainly from my entrepreneurial background, all of the other businesses that I have run in the past, although some of them have had a couple of employees, they've generally been focused around my skills and what I can do. So when I started Raptor, again, it was the company was built on, well, I've been building rockets for 30 years. I know how to do that thing. But as Lucy says, if you're actually going to make a successful business out of it, and certainly a large successful business, the key thing is realizing which bits you've got to let go of, which bits you've got to admit that that's not my thing. I'm not good at that. Selling is another one that resonates very well with me. I'm useless at selling things to people. That's not my thing. I'd much rather be building the things. So yeah, it's realizing which areas you need to sort of focus your own skills on and keep control of, and which things you just need to say, you know what, I need to find someone who's better at this than I am, and bring them in to help. So yeah, I think that's probably one of the most critical things. And yeah, I'm going to say funding again. This is the thing, is everyone says, I mean, everyone can see there is enormous amounts of money sloshing around in the space industry, but from personal experience, you watch it flow past you like a river out the window, and getting hold of any of it is really bloody difficult. Excuse my language. It is very, very hard to get funding. Certainly until you can get to the point where you can prove what you're doing and prove as I said, that it's that whole thing of proving your market, proving the business case. As I said, coming at it from an engineering background, I'm very used to just being able to sort of explain why something is technically better than what already exists. But certainly in the new space world, proving that you can do something better is not enough. You have to prove that you can do something better and that someone is willing to pay for it being done better, or that you can do it cheaper. That's become the new most important thing in creating new services and products in space. Is not just, in old space it didn't matter how much it cost, so long as it was better and it was yours, that was fine. But now it's got to be better, and you've got to be able to justify how much it costs to a lot of people as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting, because I feel like sometimes in the space sector there are business models that haven't yet been defined, and so you're sort of waiting for a market to catch up with the service that you're there to provide. But I think the current circumstances around COVID, for instance, like Lucy, this has probably been one of the busiest times for you right now. How has this last year been for each of you during this sort of pandemic as entrepreneurs?
Who are we starting with?
Oh, Lucy, why don't we come to you?
Okay. So yeah, 2020 was our best year. Put it this way, satellites, our raw materials are fully digital. We work in the cloud. So from a practicality point of view, we are very fortunate, literally just take our laptops and PCs and go home. So, working from home was not a challenge at all. And basically, we've been COVID friendly since before COVID went along. We've been trying to say, don't fly, don't drive, don't walk your assets, monitor them with satellites. So we can see that people are starting to listen to that, because of course their traditional methods are complicated now. They're complicated by the COVID effort. And actually, we've been doing a really exciting project with the Environment Agency, because in England, when it rains, we send teams of people out with a wooden stick and a camera to take pictures of where the water is and how deep it is. But of course, we can do that from space with satellites in near real time. And with COVID, their workforce is reduced by 30%. And they said, okay, well, let's give it a try. So that's a nice example of how it can be brought to your advantage, put it that way.
I love that. And Paul?
So I'm going to say, from a remote sensing point of view, you know, we'd expect that, and that sounds exactly right, Lucy. That, I mean, remote sensing is kind of a fantastic solution in the current crisis that we're facing. From a general business ambassador point of view, we normally have to get out and meet people and see people. From a productivity point of view, it's actually been easier in that we're able to attend more events, meet more people, have more meetings, and we have seen a bit of a downturn in projects coming through, but the funding is still ongoing, and there's been a steady flow. So I think it's not affected the space industry quite as badly as perhaps other sectors.
And coming to you, Ben, I can see that you're in your beautiful offices. What a treat to be able to see your offices. How has it been for you, and has it been business as usual?
I would say that obviously, that being a sort of an engineering company and a company that actually physically makes things and deals with, you know, hardware and real products, obviously we have been hit harder than companies that deal entirely with data, on the basis that, you know, it's been difficult to have lots of people coming into a workshop working together building stuff. Having said that, the upside that we've seen, the transition of a lot, I mean, anyone else in the space industry probably will nod their heads and smile at this, but the space industry seems to exist entirely around events and people going and drinking other people's champagne at receptions and things like that. That's just seems to be how it works. And COVID has kind of been a little bit of a sort of a leveler of the playing field in terms of all of that activity going online has meant that you know, the big companies can't spend £500,000 on their exhibition stand anymore and make themselves look better than the little guys who they're you know, talking on panels next to. So from that point of view, it's actually, I felt it's helped smaller companies like us sort of get a little bit more recognition alongside the big boys, just because we're all just a head in a box on a screen now, and even if you have got rockets in the background, it makes it a little bit easier to sort of to get yourself across on a sort of similar level to some of the bigger, more established companies.
It's so interesting. Like, for me, I am self-employed. I'm a solopreneur, so it's just me, and I was actually quite used to working from home, or working on my meetings, working from home, and then jumping on the tube into central London to various events, or jumping into town for meetings when I needed to. But a lot of that has gone. There has been a transfer to communities online. What advice would you give to the students watching, people that want to maybe transition into a space career? How do you connect and build and grow your professional network in a way that helps you along your journey? Paul, let me come to you.
Okay, so I think you've got, you know, people online today that you need to connect with LinkedIn, and you know, we're all happy to and really pleased and really, you know, want to connect with as many of you as possible. And if you have got ideas for business and you want to kind of ask us questions or learn from us or continue the conversation afterwards, we're very happy to do that. And I think there's various groups on LinkedIn, there's various organizations. For myself, I work a lot with position navigation and timing technology, location-based services. So there are organisations within the IET, for example, the Institute for Engineering and Technology, and also the Royal Institute of Navigation. They have a young members group. There's lots of events, lots of things you can do. Also, I've been, as I said, I won the Copernicus Masters in 2014. I've been involved in running similar competitions over the years, and probably will be running this year as well. Well, I will be running this year as well something called the UK leg of the Galileo Masters competition, which is for ideas that use satellite navigation. There's lots and lots of competitions that you can put your ideas into and get connected to all sorts of people. And actually, in those competitions, the bigger prize is actually the connections that you make and the people that you get exposed to, rather than just winning a little bit of money. So that would be a little bit of advice from me.
Great. So hopefully lots of people connecting with you right now on LinkedIn, as well as Lucy, as well as Ben, as well as myself. Yeah, Lucy, what about yourself? Like, what is the best way to kind of like find people and network with them? Or
okay, well, I think the first thing to say is this is a very welcoming sector. It's a sector that's used to people from outside coming into it and bringing fresh ideas. It's not an old boys club like maybe some other sectors. So it's a very easy sector to approach. Going to events, even as students or young people in other careers, that's absolutely no problem. You'll find people really happy to talk to you. And you'll find all sorts of important organisations like the European Space Agency, Innovate UK, UK Space Agency. There'll be lots of people there really happy to talk to you and answer your questions and connect with you on LinkedIn or whatever afterwards. So don't be shy. There are lots of people out there and they want to speak to you, and you'll get answers and you'll get good advice. I guess for me personally, I'm a huge fan of LinkedIn in terms of professional networking, and Twitter is more for consuming and finding out information. So linking to certain groups on Twitter is a good way of finding out what's going on and finding out about events. But I would just start going to events, follow your nose, talk to people. People will reply. That's the good thing about this sector.
And there's so many events being moved online at the moment that are totally accessible. I would say if there's ever an event,
don't limit yourself to the UK space sector. You can do an event in Australia or the US or wherever you want.
Yeah. And Ben, how about yourself? Like, what are the tips that have worked for yourself?
Again, I think different industries find different platforms where they seem to sort of have their little clique. And for the space industry, it definitely seems to be LinkedIn. So I had an account on LinkedIn before when I was in the toy industry, and I think I had like 5 connections, and I went on there like 3 or 4 times a year. And then I went into the space sector, and within I think about 8 months I had like 2,000 connections and was on there every couple of hours. So that definitely seems to be the place where the space industry hangs out. Yeah, I would say definitely make connections with people. I must admit, personally speaking, I don't always have time to reply to people, but I think if you approach people in the right way, and the other thing is, don't just contact the CEOs of every company. If you're interested in what they're doing, go and have a look and see which other members of staff are involved in that company, and you'll probably find that the more junior members of staff, A, have more time, and B, are possibly more enthusiastic to talk to other people who are sort of starting that same journey as them. So if you want to sort of connect with SpaceX, don't send a message to Elon Musk. Go and find someone who works in the relevant department that you're interested in, and go and try and talk to them first instead.
I actually couldn't agree more. I also would say that if you are considering a career in the space sector, definitely go and find those people to follow on social media like Twitter if they share their story. And also if you maybe don't feel ready to connect with them, or like Ben said, maybe they're really senior and you have 3 degrees of separation for them, you can still click through and actually see their journey as it's on their LinkedIn profile. And that can really help you to kind of navigate what the steps might be. And then from that, you can like work backwards to do what Ben's describing and find those other people that are maybe on your peer level or just a few steps ahead of you. And you can really kind of like start to like build that up slowly. I can see, Paul, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, so I think there's lots of resources out there. And as we said, you know, LinkedIn is a great source of finding information and connecting to people. But also, for example, you know, I work for the European Space Agency Space Solutions as a business ambassador. And if you go to the ESA Space Solutions site, you'll find a newsletter that you can subscribe to, and you'll get loads of information off that. And Lucy mentioned the Satellite Applications Catapult. They've got so many resources and their own newsletters and so many things that you can connect to. So there's a lot of information out there, and you can start with those 2 organizations perhaps, and then move on. For example, ESA Business Applications, I'm an ambassador for the Midlands and Northeast, and I tend to focus on GNSS, location-based technologies, PNT, but there's 5 ambassadors across the UK. So for each region of the UK, and they're more than happy to kind of make connections for you and help you if you've got questions. So just get in touch, as Ben says, you know, just get in touch with people, really.
Go for it, Lucy.
Just because, of course, we've got what something Almin says, about 1,000 fabulous young people and students listening. And what I want to say to them is, don't forget about your network. You're doing courses, you're sitting in the room with your future co-founders, the future CEOs of this discussion in 10, 15 years time, or even earlier. And you know, that you might be studying one particular subject with at the moment. 5, 10 years after, you know, you'll be doing a whole range of really exciting things and have collected all sorts of different skills. So yes, you know, connect to the Elon Musk of the world, but the future Elon Musk of the world are listening today. So connect to all your mates, because you'll all be doing really cool stuff in the next few years.
Yeah, I really love that. At the beginning of today's conference, Amanda Soloway said that the next potential ESA astronaut is within this audience today. And I think that's really exciting, the way that the opportunities are opening up for everyone. You know, traditionally you had to be an American to be able to be an astronaut, and now there are different avenues to that through the European Space Agency. We've actually had a question in the audience. This one's for Ben. Bear with me, I'm just going to read it out. If I get the reference wrong, I'm sorry. But it says, for Ben Jarvis, in what turned out to be the famous last words for Peter Beck, will you ever diverge to bigger rockets?
I think he actually physically had to eat his hat last week after having said they weren't building bigger rockets and then admitting they were going to build a bigger rocket. So
forgive me, I don't get the reference. Who's Peter Beck? I'm so sorry, I don't know.
Founder of my brain's gone. The other launcher company who aren't Rocket Lab. Sorry, my brain's not working. Founder of Rocket Lab.
Okay.
Yeah. Who originally started in New Zealand, but now claim to be an American company. But anyway, yes, maybe. I'm not gonna promise to eat any part of my clothing.
Say nothing, Ben. Say nothing.
No, we've specifically the niche that we found is the fact that certainly we believe that in the suborbital market, the market that's really opening up is the ability to fly small space products into space to test them ahead of them being put into orbit. And the current bottleneck in that market is the fact that all the suborbital launch vehicles available on the market at the moment are enormous and were developed in the 1960s to carry payloads the size of filing cabinets. And much like satellites, suborbital payloads are based on electronics, and therefore over the last 30 years or 40 years have gone from that big to that big. So so we are specifically developing very small rockets. Having said that, we said we were doing one specific thing, and we've started diversifying into UAVs and in-space propulsion systems and all goodness knows what else over the last year or two. So I think the orbital small sat launcher market at the moment is horribly saturated. There's something like 175 companies developing small sat launchers at the moment, of which I think everyone agrees 95% are going to end up going to the wall in the next 2 or 3 years. So I think our plan is we're going to keep to what we know, keep to what the niche that we found for the next few years, and then maybe we'll pick over the bones of all of those dead orbital startups and steal some good tech from them, and then go into orbital later on.
So Ben, where are you in that journey then? Have you launched? I don't know enough about what you're doing. Have you actually launched some rockets or test rockets? Are you on programs, or what's the plan?
Yeah, so we've sort of started. We've gone at it from an engineering point of view, in that we've sort of started off with small products. So yeah, I mean, rockets behind me are real sort of flight hardware. So we developed a number of sort of smaller vehicles which are we're already selling commercial launches on. And we're sort of just slowly building up our capabilities. So yeah, we're in the process of developing.
And where do you launch from, and what is suborbital? How high is that?
Well, so technically, suborbital could be anything from the ground to space, but in normal space industry terms, you're talking about anything sort of over 100 kilometers, so above the Kármán line, but obviously not reaching orbital velocity. So we're specifically targeting our first full space capable commercial vehicle be about 120 kilometer capable, which we're going to start flying next year. So yeah, in terms of where we fly from, I mean, I've been launching rockets from the UK and from other countries for about 30 years now, and we've sort of grown up along with the legislation related to launching rockets. A lot of what we do happens from private sites at the moment. We are in discussion with all of the vertical spaceports in the UK and several spaceports around the world. The problem we're currently facing is that the rockets are going to be ready long before there's any of these spaceports ready. So you will find this a lot, that startups move at a significantly faster pace than the legislation and the support infrastructure that they need to operate. So yeah, that's the biggest hold up at the moment, is not developing rockets, it's having somewhere to launch them from.
I mean, that is literally, you've demonstrated just there, like the mindset of everything you're solving, but also for like future scanning and horizon scanning. Let's shine a light on, like, Lucy, what are you doing in Spot It, like right now? It'd be really good to hear from you as well, Paul, next. Just like we've heard from Ben, like, what are you doing right now? Like, what are the challenges? Like, where is your thinking going? Where are you going?
Where are we going? So we're, Spot It view is that, data from space is the most amazing global source of data that us humans have, but we currently do very little with it. It's a key enabling technology for transition to a zero carbon and sustainable economy. So Spot It provides a range of analytics and services for clients, as you were saying, energy, environment and infrastructure. And our services, some are fully automated and online, a few clicks, and with a few pounds you can do vegetation health, and you can find buildings in different parts of the world using satellite imagery. And others are more upstream and still in development. So, for example, sub-meter resolution, habitat classification for natural capital assessments and biodiversity net gain calculations. And also we're working with a number of utilities at the moment to support their infrastructure monitoring programs, both from the point of view of understanding what conditions their infrastructure has been exposed to, for example, historical flooding, to also understanding what's going on at the moment and what's the effect that has on the infrastructure and the impact that the infrastructure has on the environment around it. So yeah, it goes all from the whole range of early stage development through to services that we just bash out. People just come online and click on the buttons.
So it seems like at any one time you're dealing with something that's live now, but you're constantly in parallel building the next solutions and iterating with your design team and sort of services that you're bringing online.
Exactly. Well, Ben and gang keep putting stuff up in the air, new sensors that we can do new things with, greenhouse gas monitoring, all sorts of exciting things. It's a really dynamic market, and that's exciting and challenging.
Paul, how about yourself?
Okay, so there's a few things. Main thing is in the downstream, although there are some activities upstream as well. Upstream is obviously very sexy and kind of where it's all at, but I think if you look at the figures for the space industry, the downstream is probably about 90%. So we put all this infrastructure into space that's producing all this data, and we need to put this data to work. So that's what I mean when I say downstream. I mean applications using data that's collected from these instruments in space. So on the upstream side, we are looking at different sensors and missions for CubeSats, similar to the area that Lucy's looking at in terms of environmental monitoring, water height, looking at erosion, coastal erosion, erosion of riverbeds and things like that. And particularly we're interested in putting satellite, there are companies that are doing this like Spire and others, but looking at putting satellite navigation receivers onto CubeSats. So that's an area of interest. And in the downstream, we're more interested in integrating sensors to deliver geospatial intelligence and geospatial solutions. So what do I mean when I say all those words? It's like taking the electronics, taking what you get now on a chip in a mobile phone, which is a satellite navigation receiver on a chip combined with a 5G communications and some what we call INS or inertial systems that measure motion, and linking that up to different sensing solutions such as 3D cameras, laser ranging lidars, and anything that we can pick up signals from. So those are the areas that we're really working in at the moment.
What I think is wonderful in hearing from each of you is you're talking and really shining a light for our audience, the opportunities and the challenges that lie ahead, where they might be able to align and come with solutions as part of that ecosystem as their experiences grow, right?
There's a lot of opportunity for software developers who have got an understanding of how to use Earth observation data or can get into that. So if you're doing image recognition, for example, or you're doing AI, obviously machine learning, AI is the big thing. Any type of activity in that area and taking lots of different data sources and being able to make connections between them.
And also just hearing Ben and Lucy and Paul as well, please chime in. Like, what are the kind of skills or the future recruitment that you're going to be driving and growing and scaling your companies? What is the talent that you're going to be looking for in the short to mid to long term?
So I think I say that there's a lot of kind of software engineers, data scientists, people doing ML, those kind of things, and people who are just willing to kind of, muck in and be part of a team and have that proactive attitude to make things happen. So I think what you find, and Lucy, you already touched on it as being a CEO of a startup company, but in these small companies, particularly in these startups, you need to be quite flexible and work as part of a team, be happy to be working as part of a team and just kind of, get involved and be part of it, really. That's what I would say.
Ben, how about yourself? I know we're coming up towards the end.
I'll be quick. I was going to say, I'm going to contradict myself. But first of all, I was going to say that we traditionally, if we're looking for people sort of in engineering roles, the first thing I look at is their actual experience, things they've done. And that doesn't have to be, I've worked in the space sector building satellites for 6 years, or I've built rocket engines or whatever. Mostly we look at, have you gone and done stuff off your own bat? Have you gone and done stuff as an amateur? Have you, as Paul says, entered competitions, gone and done things to actually build things and prove yourself? That's probably sort of the number one thing. Having said that, one thing I would say is that I wouldn't recommend focusing on sort of rockets and rocket engines as being the sort of a key area to try and sort of find a role in. again, as Paul says, it's the sexy end of the business that gets a lot of the publicity. But in reality, in terms of where the need is and where the jobs are, it's much more related to the software side, data handling, what you actually do with the data coming from space. So I have this worry that we've got probably 50% of the sort of space graduates looking to try and go and become rocket engineers, and probably less than 1% of the jobs in the space sector are for rocket engineers. So there are lots of other ways you can apply your mind and apply your skills. So again, it's look for those niches, look for places where you things that get you excited, and where there's actually going to be a need.
I'm so conscious of time, but I want to give Lucy an opportunity, maybe 20 seconds of maybe talent that you're looking for in the future or skill sets.
Okay, well, it's all of the above, but then linking to a comment I said before, we're often very technical and we need to be commercially savvy. I want to build a system whereby I'm digitally serving a mass market with low cost analyses. So it's sales, digital marketing skills. That's not traditional, but it's got to come. That's how the market needs to go. And the other thing I want to say is that we sell services into a sector. I don't sell myself as a space company. I'm happen to use satellite data to help people in the energy sector, people in the environmental sector solve problems. So we also need expertise of people from those sectors to come in and join our business to, help develop products. So it's not just about space.
Well, there you go. The opportunities are out there for you, whether you intend to build your own space company of the future, whether you wish or aim to join one of our amazing startups and companies that have joined us today. And also, if you're in another sector and you're looking to transition, the opportunities are there if you're passionate about space. Please join me in thanking our beautiful panelists, Ben, Paul and Lucy, and a big thank you to UK SED and Armin and the team for giving us this platform. Don't forget to connect with all us on LinkedIn. I don't want to keep you anymore because I think there's a really cool keynote coming up on Channel 1. And I'm just going to hand back over to Armin from the UK SEDS team. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all. I shouldn't say guys. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Anushka, and thank you to all our panelists for that amazing discussion. I hope we've helped inspire some of you out there to pursue a career in entrepreneurship in the space sector. We're going to take a short break now, but join us again on stream 1 at 3:20. We've got a keynote talk from Kathy Leaders, Head of Human Spaceflight at NASA. See you there.
you.